Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Good morning to my fellow Australians and good evening to my American friends. How's everyone doing today? Ay, ay. So, yesterday we went over a decent amount of election fraud interference. Today, I have some funny stuff to show. Oh, we also went over Nazis. Yeah, chilling today, Chombus. I will not be chilling today. This lead up till the election is gonna be rough. I will be streaming Thursday this week as well, so tomorrow and Thursday, because I'm taking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. I need to get my shit together right before the election because I have a feeling that election day isn't going to be really like the end of obviously it's an election day is not the end of it, and it's just going to get worse after that, and we're going to have a lot more stuff to pay attention to. It's already ramping up the closer we get. This is my plan, because my plans can immediately be ruined by some ridiculous shit happening that I feel like I have to cover and then jump on. But we'll see. For now, the plan is today, tomorrow, and Thursday, and then the weekend off. I'll keep you guys updated. But I want to start off today with something funny. Have you guys seen the literal fountain of shit in Moscow? Because Jesus Christ, this is like bigger than I expected, but it's quite funny. So this was in Moscow today, apparently. That's like, it's the height of a skyscraper of just sewage flying into the air. Telegram channel reports that a sewage system in Moscow broke down. They found the height of residential buildings as seen in the districts. Like, look at this shit. This is insane. I mean, imagine breathing this in. I'd be closing every one of my windows, getting like a old like N95 mask from the COVID days that I have left in my cupboard somewhere, putting that shit on, because Jesus Christ. Imagine having to clean all of this afterward too, because they're not just going to leave it there. This is in a city, it looks like. I mean, that's a construction area. So whatever work they need to do, you're not going to be able to construct anything with that much sewage just piled on top of it. I mean, I continue to say that Russia is cooked, and this is further evidence of the case, but this honestly could just happen anywhere, and it's just extremely funny to me, honestly. Yeah, of course. And the comments immediately jump to American politics, because Russia is just an American colony. Or rather, they want America to be a Russian colony, it seems. And they're trying. So we looked at some instances yesterday of fake election interference and fake election fraud that was being reported, that was done by the Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians. So let's look at some real election fraud and some real election interference done by good old-fashioned red-blooded American terrorists, domestic terrorists. So first off, we did find out the guy who burned the mailbox that was filled with ballots in Phoenix. This is the guy. Which, I mean, he looks exactly like the type of person that would commit domestic terrorism by setting fire to a post box. It's just, everyone is going to pretend that we don't know what their political leaning is. The same with all of the other instances we're going to see today. I'm not going to do that. This motherfucker is a Republican. Ain't no Democrats walking around in especially blue districts like Maricopa County, and then opening mailboxes to burn them. It's just burn the ballots in them, rather. No Democrat is doing that. And hold on. Yeah, no, still, I am looking through this guy because his name obviously is Clothcorn. What was his first name? I had it open here. Hold on. Do I have his name? Give it to me. Dieter Bradford Clothcorn. So it's actually in the post itself. None of the articles that I've seen looking at, what happened, his arrest, because, they did arrest him, has mentioned his political leaning. And to be fair, I blame all mainstream media for this. This is not a Fox News is the only problem. This is absolutely CNN, NBC should be screaming about this. Look at all of these Republicans that we've caught doing election fraud. And they're not, which leads to this continuing because just today, in 2 separate states...
An investigation's underway
shit, sorry, that was loud.
Following the discovery of an incendiary device inside a ballot box in Portland. Meanwhile, in Vancouver, Washington, ABC affiliate KATU captured the moment heavy smoke was seen coming from inside a drop-off ballot box.
This is literally domestic terrorism. It is setting fires, damaging property, scaring people, inciting terror for a political purpose, which is A, they want Trump to win. B, they don't want other people to vote. C, they want people to feel afraid of greater election fraud happening and election interference happening, just not from their side, not from the people doing it. They want the people that are on the same side as the people doing this to think that this was the Democrats. This is like objectively, definitionally domestic terrorism. And we know this because even yesterday we were covering several different intelligence agencies, law enforcement in the United States warning of extremists, domestic terrorists, and of violence both prior to and post the election. Now, we haven't seen any altercations yet of people being violent towards each other, but we're getting there. I mean, the guy that we saw from Phoenix, the Dieter Bradford Clothcorn, this guy, also, instead of just like lighting the ballots in Phoenix, was walking around taking down Democrat signs around his neighborhood and then putting up fake Kamala Harris signs that really just like insult her and booby trapping them with razor blades on the back and apparently white powder so that people who try and take them down will hurt themselves. This is a very Republican thing to do. They'll love to complain about, oh yeah, the Democrats are doing violence, the Democrats have violent rhetoric, the Democrats are scaring people, but then they'll do shit like this. They're the ones that do it. Yesterday at the giant Nazi rally in Madison Square Garden, every single person that took the stage, all of them, said they tried to kill Donald Trump. No mention of who they is, obviously implying that it's us, that it's Kamala Harris and the Democrats and the deep state, but no mention that both shooters had history of leaning Republican. One was a registered Republican, and the other one, again, was just an incoherent nutjob who had also leaned Republican. He had given some money to Dem orgs it doesn't necessarily matter anyway if they've given money to this or that. The average American's political ideology isn't necessarily one camp or the other. The average American has views and ideologies that do not fit together. Some of them have beliefs that are full-on Nazi beliefs, and then at the same time they'll hold beliefs about like labor unions that fit right in with like a Marxist. This comes from a lack of understanding of how politics functions and of their own ideology. But obviously, Democrats are not the ones doing violence, as we can see. And again, Democrats aren't the ones that are doing domestic terrorism. Even law enforcement in the United States
ABC's Alex Stone
has specifically said that it is right-wing, white nationalist extremists that pose the greatest threat to extremist attacks with automatic weapons or semi-automatic weapons. This just ties into that same demographic. It's the same people. It's the same people back in 2020 who were out in the streets fighting with Black Lives Matter protesters, trying to frame it as Antifa is attacking me. These are the same people.
Tracking that for us from the LA Bureau. Alex, what's the latest on these incidents?
Well, we're just getting details on them right now, Diane. Two different incidents, the one at 3:30 in the morning in the Vancouver or in Portland, and then 6:30 in the morning in the Vancouver area. Those two only about a 15, 20-minute drive apart from one another. And police in both of them, we know the FBI is now looking into them. Police say they don't know who did this. You can see in this video right here.
After this video came out, they did find a suspect, which I have the link open. I actually haven't read it. It just came out a minute ago. But let's finish getting the breakdown, and then we can see the suspect. Good morning, Cheeseburger Merv. Yeah, it is a great way to wake up when you live in Australia and you just jump onto American news, and it's this shit.
Here, the smoke coming out in the Vancouver incident. They know that there were hundreds of ballots that were in that drop box, and that it involved ballots that were dropped off from 8 a.m. yesterday morning. The last pickup in the box was at 8 o'clock yesterday morning.
We need like immediately from today forward in every county in America that's controlled by Democrats to increase the every county, every state that has drop boxes for ballots, because obviously not every state has this. We need them to start emptying these regularly. Don't leave them overnight. Oh, thanks, Trusky. I really appreciate that. And speaking of juicy goss, Cheeseburger Merv, I have some funny stuff after this.
And right now the FBI is responding. Police don't know, was this vandalism? Was it something more organized? They are investigating it, but just in the last couple of hours, the fire's breaking out.
So what are election officials saying to anyone who thinks their ballot may have been in one of those boxes?
They're gone. Those ballots are not being replaced. Obviously, some ballots, depending on where you live, in what state, you might be able to replace a ballot that's been burned. But these are not going to be replaced. These are just gone. There's more than 100 ballots that just got burned away, disappeared, because Republicans don't like democracy.
Yeah, they're saying if you dropped off your box or your ballot in either of these boxes after 8 a.m. yesterday morning when they did their last pickup, that you need to contact the election auditor's office.
Wait, they pick this up once a day? Are you kidding me? Get out there and do this 3-4 times a day. This is going to keep getting worse. This is the second instance of ballots being burned that we have like credible evidence of. It's also the third instance, if we're counting the fake video that the Russians put out of ballots being burned as well.
They will know and try to track where your ballot is and if they can get to that ballot and if the ballot burned in that box. But there were, at least in the one in Vancouver, hundreds of ballots.
Hundreds, sorry, not 100.
They say that they will be able to track that down. All of this a concern. The ballot boxes are a target for somebody who may want to make a point. We know in the Vancouver area there is a tight congressional race going on. They don't know if that is involved in this. The FBI is responding.
Anyway, so the police did say they ID'd a suspect vehicle. So police said on Monday that a suspect vehicle has been identified in connection with incendiary devices that set fires to ballot drop boxes in Oregon and Washington state. I hope they find him. Surveillance images captured a Volvo stopping at a drop box in Portland, Oregon, just before security personnel nearby discovered a fire inside the box. The fire damaged 3 ballots inside, while officials say a fire at the drop box in nearby Vancouver destroyed hundreds of ballots. The device was attached to the outside of the box, which I guess I don't know how that works, but I'm not an incendiary or explosive device expert. I'm sure they can figure it out. The people who do this shit, right, we've covered Republicans, and a lot of them are ex-military. So if anyone knows how to set in some states, Cheeseburger Merv, there is the ability to just drop your ballot in a box that gets emptied every day. It's kind of like mail-in voting, but it's halfway. It's not fully, you're not posting the letter in a post office and you're not getting it sent to you. It's not quite mail-in voting. It's just halfway to mail-in voting, which is weird. I don't know. The system is interesting, and I'm not sure that I'm the biggest fan of it, but it doesn't matter because I'm a fan of more ways for people to vote in general. So this is a good thing outright because it allows more people to be able to vote. Process aside, that seems like a pretty obvious target for anti-democratic behavior. Exactly, which is why we should be having these emptied more regularly and having a more scrutinized, I don't know, expectation of what may happen. Like, we've had these for a while. This anti-democratic behavior hadn't really popped up until Trump, you know? America was not great prior to Donald Trump, but we weren't this wasn't what we did, you know? Speaking of,
Donald Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden comes days after his own
with autoplay. People like this didn't. Oh, thanks, Gianna and Alex, for the sub. Oh, shit. No, never mind. Thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub, Drewski. That's what I meant to say. Right up on the screen wrong. However, as I was saying, these people didn't used to be this way. So the voice actor for what was his, like, a character in Bob's Burgers, I think it's Jimmy Pesto Sr. I've seen like a couple episodes of this show. Got sentenced to 1 year in prison for his role in January 6th. So he pled guilty in July to a felony count of interfering with law enforcement officers after videos showed him helping rioters push against a police line during one of the most violent exchanges between police and pro-Trump mob that day, the insurrectionists that day, at the Lower West Terrace Tunnel. I think that this guy should have gotten a much longer sentence. Prosecutors sought 18 months. He should be in prison for a decade. This is not only treason and insurrection, but he was participating in the most violent part of it. Oh my God. I liked that clip though, Cheeseburger Maverick. It was funny. I like when you guys clip me because I don't like to clip myself. Because I forget, and I don't know, I don't think about it when I'm talking, but if you guys clip me, then it comes off as a more natural, and it's funny because it's what you find funny. Oh, I just realized that actually, Tulski, that tier 1 sub brought me up to 10. Hell yeah, that's a good way to start my day. I put that as my story on Instagram, Cheeseburger Merv. It was funny. It was really funny. I also spent like 20 minutes this morning trying to make sure that that doesn't happen again by opening the water bottle, clicking the thing, putting it back in, making sure there's no air bubble that's going to push like a fire hydrant worth of water, like pressure, out the hose into my face again. Right in the middle of me talking. But yeah, again, this guy should have gotten much longer prison sentence. What else do we got? Oh, you guys want to know something really fun that is, gonna happen tomorrow? That I'm so very much not excited for, but most of the right is. It is the release of Steve Bannon from prison. 1 week exactly, in fact, 7 days before the election, the plotter, or one of the main plotters of the previous coup attempt, the guy who made Nazis feel comfortable in America, saying Nazi rhetoric, being seen as open Nazis, Charlottesville was his doing. And so, that's going to be fun. Zora, there was someone at my work today who was wearing the Z on his arm. It was an interesting sight. Yeah, interesting sight. Which Z in particular, though? Is there a Z icon that's associated with MAGA? I knew Q, but not Z. Or is this like a Bannon and Nazi specific thing? Because then I absolutely wouldn't know. I'm trying to find it. Is this like a Breitbart thing? No, I can't find anything that makes sense to me as what that would be. Oh, okay. That would make sense because I don't pay attention to what the Russians say because it's usually bullshit. But Fair enough. So, Cheeseburger Merv, I did absolutely never think that you were supporting Putin by having Z's in your name. If you supported Putin, you probably wouldn't be watching, like, me, considering the shit that I say about Russia. And thank you for explaining that, Trusky, because that I appreciate. Of course, you're going to see people with the Republicans have just become Russia simps. You guys understand this, right? Remember 5 years ago? Let's just say 5 years ago alone. Even though there was collaboration between at the time Trump administration and Russia, the average Republican was not glazing Russia constantly. The average American, in fact, at the time, if you asked them, would probably have fallen in line with the general foreign policy of the United States, is that Russia is an enemy, that they're dangerous, that we have to they were like China, you know, they're our competition. But now they just wish they all lived in Russia. I honestly wish that MAGA would just get on a plane and then go immigrate there and live there. They like it so much, you know? I don't know. It's fucked. We're all fucked, as usual. But yeah, so Bannon gets out tomorrow, and this is the kind of stuff that he used to say.
Because they understand it's the end of an era. The Project 2025 and things that fall in that rubric is just the deconstruction of the administrative state, the unconstitutional leviathan that has grown up, that the Supreme Court's going to be taking on with 4 or 5 decisions over the next 2 weeks. Has to be done both from the executive branch and the legislature, and that's happening. People are getting trained up. People they're taking subject matter experts and getting ready to hit the beach, and there's 2.25 federal employees. The program is to eliminate billets.
He is the one that came up with their strategy for how to deal with electors. I'm not sure if this is the clip, but let's just finish the clip. I think he might
be saying it. I'm not going to pick on people individually. Eliminate billets. Eliminate billets, which is your purview, with his political appointee, the 3,000. But don't forget, please, don't ever forget the 8 million contract. I think there's 18 million contractors overall if you count every person that they pay. But I think there's like 8 million executive or quasi-executive. Those contracts can all be canceled.
Essentially part of the Project 2025 plan to dismantle the administrative state and to give more power to Donald Trump and the executive branch specifically. Zora, does the election get verified election night or does it take a few days? So how verification works is on election night, we're not even going to know the full vote count. Most likely, we usually don't. We have a general idea of where it's leading, but we won't know the total count. That'll take a couple days on its own. And then certification of the votes, there are specific dates involved in it. So by December 18th is the cutoff day for each state to have its electors certify the vote. But do they announce the presumed president-elect the night of the election? It depends on how close it is. Last time between Biden and Trump, it came down to states that had less than 10,000 votes in one way or the other, less than a couple hundred in some states. And so it depends. But Trump is going to declare victory regardless. He'll probably do it quite early if they get the flood of like mail-in votes that go red a bit early because they have a lot more mail-in voters this time around. But it won't be until December 18th that all of the electors submit their certification, their vote for their state, essentially. And then that certification gets brought into Congress on January 6th, where Congress will read through and certify each one of these state's electors, where also the state electors will have the ability to say, you know what, we don't want to certify, we don't think it was, we claim that there was election fraud. They have the chance to do that on January 6th as well. So we won't necessarily know up until Inauguration Day, which is January 21st, but we'll have an idea of what's going on at the very least on Election Day, and we'll know what their plans are for how to cheat by January 6th. Was the 2020 election the first one where one side officially contested the results? No, actually. In 2000, between Al Gore and Bush, there was a contested result. It came down to Florida, where it was a couple hundred votes where Bush thought he won and Al Gore thought that he won. And it went to Bush because the Supreme Court gave it to Bush. But I don't think Gore fought hard enough on that. Bush's brother, Jeb Bush, was the governor of Florida at the time and was involved in the recount for that election. So it's not the first time this has happened. There's also been a case of this, I think, way back in the 1800s or early 1900s. I can't quite remember. Hold on. Contested U.S. election results history. Yeah, Gore's side never claimed fraud, even though realistically, Gore probably did win that election, but liberal civility, I guess. I don't know. So, actually, there's quite a few contested elections. We got 1800 between Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr. That was the one that I was thinking about. Both men ended up tied in the Electoral College. Burr wanted the job. The decision went to the House, where Federalists were powerful enough to stop Johnson. Which, by the way, this is another part of their plan. I have just seen a clip from Trump that I put on the docket for later of this partially being a secret plan that they're not very much keeping secret. That's open and discussed. They were like, "Ayo, Gore, we got this banger documentary for you to make instead." Yeah, absolutely. So in 1824, we had Andrew Jackson won the popular vote and the electoral vote, but not the majority. That's interesting. How do you win the popular vote and the electoral vote, but not the majority of votes? Right, but Trump is the only one who's ever tried to overturn the results of an election. Yes, as far as I'm aware. Let's just finish looking through this. So no, not this one. Well, actually, there was allegations of fraud. In 1876, Rutherford B. Hayes was awarded the White House, a bipartisan special congressional commission. The result remains among the most disputed to this day. Although it's not disputed that Democrat Samuel J. Tilden outpolled Hayes in the popular vote, there were wide allegations of electoral fraud, election violence, and other disenfranchisement of predominantly Republican black voters. This sounds pretty similar to our current situation, especially because back at this time, the Republicans were what we would think of the Democrats today. Whereas, actually, because the Federalists were worse, I believe, even. After the first count, Tilden won 184 electoral votes to Hayes' 165, 20 votes from 4 states unresolved. And, yeah, there was dispute between who actually won those states. And then after that, that was it. So that was really the only example that really fits into the current political climate, would be the 1876 election with Rutherford B. Hayes. How it goes from 1912 to 2000, I guess voter fraud ain't really a problem during the World Wars. Well, yeah, so we only have 1912 as the only other example with Teddy Roosevelt. And then America really solidified a bit its internal politics throughout that time because, yes, we had 2 world wars. We had the Civil Rights Movement, which was huge. Just, there was a lot of shit going on that the fascists, the type of people who would want to do election fraud, didn't really get too much of a chance to jump in. But of course, we didn't get rid of the fascists properly, and they'll always come back when you do that. Speaking of this excellent ad from the Lincoln campaign, or the Lincoln Project, which I'm not the biggest fan of the Lincoln Project, but goddamn do they know how to make election ads. I have to take my my video off for this because I'll be covering the text. Where is it? There we go.
Wir versprechen Ihnen, dass wir die Kommunisten, Marxisten, Faschisten und die linksradikalen Verbrecher, die wie Ungeziefer in unserem
This
Land
is what Madison Square Garden looks like the last time the Nazis were there.
ausrotten werden. Aber wir holen sie nicht aus den verseuchten Ländern. Ich weiß nicht, ob man sie Menschen nennen kann. In einigen Fällen sind es meiner Meinung nach keine Menschen, sondern Tiere. Sie vergiften das Blut unseres Landes. Wir werden die größte Abschiebeaktion durchführen. Wenn ich nicht gewählt werde, wird es ein Blutbad geben. Ich bin eure Vergeltung. Ich möchte nur einen Tag lang Diktator sein.
Excellent ad. Not that it's going to affect anybody because, you know, anyone who already is aware that Trump is a Nazi is aware that Trump is a Nazi. And anyone who doesn't think that Trump is a Nazi is not going to have their mind changed. I saw people saying yesterday, after the Madison Square rally, that that they don't like seeing Trump being compared to Hitler because he's not a Nazi. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What reality do you live in? I mean, here's some more American Nazi shit. So this is from 60 Minutes. This was just released today. This is the former head of ICE during Trump's administration on how we would deal with the deportation of families. Is there any way to carry out mass deportations without separating families? This man is asked, and this is his answer.
We have seen one estimate that says it would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
Of course, you know, we'll just deport all of them together. And remember, they've already talked about denaturalization. Stephen Miller, no Nazi, was on stage saying America is for only Americans. Now, I consider everybody in America an American, but these people don't. And by the way, speaking of the House, this is just Trump talking about his secret plan that they're going to do. He's referring to Mike Johnson here.
And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over.
Now, I don't actually know what he's referring to here, but it's ominous, right? It could be any number of things. Again, we've seen Republicans talking about their plan of, you know, if the election fraud that they want to do doesn't quite go well, or if Kamala wins by a margin that makes it difficult for them to go through the courts, they have a plan to try through the House of Representatives to there are systems in place for this, obviously, and they're going to use all of them. There's technically a possibility. It's a very, 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 very low chance, and it's not going to happen. But there is technically a procedural possibility that we could end up with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris being the president and vice president together. Now, would it be Trump president, Harris vice president? Probably in this case, but it could also go the other way. And like, I obviously don't want Donald Trump anywhere near power, but if we had to decide, having him be Kamala Harris's vice president might be the funniest thing that we ever get to witness. In reality, it wouldn't turn out well, but it would be very memeable, to say the least. Again, I mean, like all the fraud that they're trying to do is leading to all of these things. RNC asks Supreme Court to intervene in Pennsylvania ballot case. Again, just from today. Whereas last week, a Pennsylvania top court ruled 4-3 that state law gives impacted male voters an opportunity to participate by showing up at their polling place on election day. This is in regards to people whose ballots or provisional ballots were rejected for technical reasons, whether they filled it in wrong or they didn't fill out a certain part this happens from time to time. Pennsylvania is trying to stop them from being able to actually place their vote because, you know, the vote that they put in was rejected. It's not that they're double voting, it's that they're voting. When the legislature says that certain ballots can never be counted, a state court cannot blue pencil that clear command into always, and here the General Assembly could not have been clearer, the RNC attorney wrote in their application. Some Pennsylvania counties do not provide voters with an opportunity to fix their mail ballot if it's rejected for technical errors like improper date, signature issues, and the state court's ruling, if allowed to stand, would provide those voters with a second chance of having their vote counted. More than 1.4 million mail ballots have been returned in the state so far. So essentially what Pennsylvania's RNC is asking the Supreme Court to do is to erase 1.4 million ballots from the voter rolls. All of these people get the right to vote again based on the state court's decision because their votes weren't counted. This, again, continues down the undemocratic trend that the Republican Party is on. They're against literally every part of democracy. And I did want to see how the media reacted to this Nazi rally, because this may have been one of the only instances that I can remember where people actually made the connection in the media. When Trump said the thing about immigrants poisoning the blood of our country and calling people rodents, they referred to it as, you know, very reminiscent of World War II Nazi language, and then that was a day, and then it went away. Which, by the way, this will only be on the news for like a day or two, and then it will disappear as well, even though they should be screaming about it every day until the election, as well as all the other evidence. But let's have a look.
Donald Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden comes days after his own former chief of staff went on record to describe his former boss as a fascist. But that jamboree happening right now, you see it there on your screen, in that place, is particularly chilling because in 1939, more than 20,000 supporters of a different fascist leader, Adolf Hitler, packed the garden for a so-called pro-America rally, a rally where speakers voiced anti-Semitic rhetoric from a stage draped with Nazi banners. When a Jewish protester rushed the stage, the Associated Press reported, quote, instantly, a dozen or more stormtroopers set upon him, knocking him down and beating him as he held his head in his arms.
The last time this happened, there was a counter-protest outside of Madison Square Garden that was several times the size of the rally that actually happened inside. And this time around, no. It's literally the same thing that happened, but worse for some reason.
Arms. Most of his clothing was torn from his body. Later, he was booked for disorderly conduct. Now, against that backdrop of history, Donald Trump, the man who has threatened to use the military against opponents he calls enemies from within, who has threatened to use the truth.
We don't need to get into that. Okay, I guess they did their journalistic job there, at least at the they showed the rally, they explained what happened to the guy who rushed the stage, didn't actually make it to the speaker. The rhetoric that was being shared in this rally compared to Trump's rally yesterday is not all that different. It's really not all that different. There was just more overt references to the Jews. But that's kind of it. Whereas at the Trump rally, there was people pretending that this wasn't Nazis because, you know, there are Jews present. Really, they're Zionists present, not Jews necessarily, because, you know, you can be a Zionist and not a Jew. But obviously, the Zionists that were present were also Nazis. But love that we can just pretend that just because someone is pro-Israel, that they're not a Nazi, and that, you know, it is anti-Semitic to criticize Israel. The one part of yesterday's rally that I did enjoy was Elon Musk being a cringe loser, again, on stage in front of thousands of people. Now, they cheered for him, but it is, like, it's very obvious that this man is a loser.
Yeah. USA! 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 Why?
Wah! Oh, Jesus Christ. How is this man popular? Wah!
Yes.
Speaking of this rally, in fact, actually, going back to the point I just made, people pretending that these aren't Nazis because, oh, never mind. The ADL took it down. It was a tweet from the ADL saying you should be having political rallies that aren't spewing anti-Semitic rhetoric. And then all the comments were, this is a Trump rally, because they framed the tweet as if it was a Harris rally, and I guess they took it down, which is, I mean, I like them being embarrassed and having to take shit down, so that's good. But I do have bad news for you guys, because we're really cooked. This is a tweet from Donald Trump, and this is going to get nobody to change their minds, but it's funny. I don't know, maybe a couple Zoomers will go vote for Trump because of this, and they wouldn't have voted before. Everything that I see just really leans into we're absolutely cooked if these people win. Well, we still got JD Vance to talk. Yeah, Biden endorses Trump, of course. That's 100% true. He did go and vote today. He voted for Harris, as you would think, but still. Now, we do have JD Vance talking to Jake Tapper that I never covered, and I don't really necessarily want to. I will, but this is more important because this came out today from ProPublica. Now, this is very long, but this is they're not hiding their plans at all. Voted for Trauma. Well, might be voting for trauma. Puts them in trauma, says key MAGA leader in his plans for a new Trump agenda. Now, I guess these are the highlights. In trauma, a key Trump advisor says a Trump administration will seek to make civil servants miserable in their jobs. Military. In private speeches, he laid out plans to use armed forces to quell domestic riots. And he likened the country's moment to the fractious periods of American history like 1776 and 1860. This is going to be fun. So, details plans to deploy military in response to domestic unrest, defund the EPA, put career civil servants in trauma in a series of previously unreported speeches that provide a sweeping vision of a second Trump term. Russell Vought, who served as Trump's director of the Office of Management and Budget, described his work crafting legal justifications so that military leaders or government lawyers would not stop Trump's executive orders. He said the plans are a response to the, quote, Marxist takeover of a country likened to moments like 1776 and 1860. What Marxists were alive in there was no Marxists in 1776. And when the country was at war and on the brink of it, and said that timing of Trump's candidacy was a gift from God. Obviously, this checks every box for the insane shit that MAGA believes. Trump is Jesus, that there are Marxists everywhere in the United States trying to take away their rights, like people who don't even know what Marxism means. Again, obviously, we covered this yesterday. But let's
A new Trump administration must move quickly and decisively to turn the tables on the left by using the powers that have been delegated to the American state, the American government. This is the dragon smog's underbelly that lacks the scales that
what a fucking loser.
Protect the belly. It is their Achilles heel. Because they never passed a constitutional amendment, they have to rely on the precedents and the paradigms. Their entire apparatus is exposed to our strategy. They are exposed to a president who, if he's a radical constitutionalist, who chooses to think and act like Thomas Jefferson or James Madison. And guess what? We have in Donald Trump a man who is so uniquely positioned to serve this role a man whose own interests perfectly align with the interests of the country. He has seen what it has done to him.
So again, essentially, this is, first of all, the loser. You have to, like, making a Lord of the Rings dragon reference when you're talking about your fascistic plan to attack the left and American democracy is just, one feels Trump's going to have his face carved into that cliff if he wins. Yeah, I could see it. You know, if they make him God Emperor, I'm sure someone will have the idea of, let's put him on Rushmore. They might take Lincoln down from Rushmore because of how pro-slavery these people often are. ProPublica and documented obtained video of the two speeches Vaught delivered during events for the Center for Renewing America, pro-Trump think tank, led by Vaught. Every time I see Vaught, I'm thinking of The Boys. I mean, to be fair, Donald Trump is kind of just a dumber, weaker Homelander. So it does make sense. Think tank's employees or fellows included Jeffrey Clark, the former senior Justice Department lawyer who aided Trump's attempts to overturn the 2020 election, Ken Cuccinelli, a former acting deputy secretary in the Department of Homeland Security under Trump, Mark Paoletta, a former senior budget official, other Trump allies such as former White House advisor Steve Bannon, who gets again released from prison tomorrow, and U.S. Reps Chip Croy and Scott Perry either spoke at the conference or appeared on promotional material for the event. Vaught did not hide his agenda or shy away from using extreme rhetoric in public. The apocalyptic tone, I mean, obviously, this is apocalyptic. As OMB director, Vaught sought to use Trump's 2020 Schedule F executive order to strip away the job protections for nonpartisan government workers. Now, Schedule F, they tried this back in the last time, and they couldn't manage to do it, which is why it is a key part of Project 2025 now. The Schedule F workers, the nonpartisan government worker, the career government workers that aren't elected were the ones that stopped him last time. Remember in 2016, we all were saying that Trump is a Nazi back then too. We were talking about how bad the Trump presidency would be, and it didn't get as bad as we expected. Although it did get pretty fucking bad, might I remind you, with, you know, children in cages, ICE going through cities door to door arresting people. Remember the Muslim ban and COVID. This would have been much worse had not the bureaucracy of the government stopped him. It was the bureaucrats and the people who are not elected, who don't rely on, you know, public opinion, that managed to stop the worst of it from happening, which is why they are first on the chopping block this time around, because no more of that. No more of that. This time around will be much worse. He's never spoken with such pointed terms about demoralizing federal workers to the point that they don't want to do their jobs. Like, even if they can't get rid of some of them, that is the plan. Give them trauma in their workplace until they quit. Broad terms about undercutting independent agencies. Obviously, defunding the EPA is also in Project 2025. Vaught's plans track closely with Trump's campaign rhetoric about using the military against domestic protesters, or what Trump has called the enemy within. Trump's desire to use the military on U.S. soil prompted General John Kelly, I keep calling him Mark Kelly, who knows why, to speak out. You know, this is fascistic rhetoric. They're talking about Nazis here. We just need to be very clear about it. But other policies, right? Embracing a wartime footing on the southern border, as if, you know, we're at war with Mexico, I guess. Rolling back transgender rights. Agenda 47, the campaign's policy blueprint, calls for revoking President Joe Biden's order expanding gender-affirming care for trans people. Vaught uses even more extreme language, decrying the, quote, transgender sewage that is being pumped into our schools and institutions. Again, exterminationist rhetoric. They just hate you. Again, if this wasn't trans people, it would just be gay people. If they succeed in their efforts to eradicate trans people from the United States, they will just move to the next target. This is how it's always worked in every fascist country and during Nazi Germany, one by one by one. First, they start with, they started with the communists in Germany. This time they're going to start with government workers. Then the Marxists and the communists are just literally anybody who is a dissident that just gets shot by the military, I guess. And then go after the weaker groups first, not the stronger groups. Obviously, trans people are a very small minority in the United States and have very little, if any, effect on electoral politics or politics in general, aside from them being attacked for being trans. It's like, what, 1% of the US population? 3%? Hold on. This is just another scape. It's 1.14%. 3 million people in the United States are trans, as according to the Census Bureau from 2021. Replace all four with his face. Kinda, yeah, referring to gender-affirming care as chemical castration. I don't even need to say anything about this. It is obviously incorrect and stupid, but this is just evil exterminationist rhetoric. They hate trans people. They hate gay people. They hate non-Christians. They hate the cult. Look at yesterday's rally where they're talking about Puerto Rico as a floating island of garbage. Which, by the way, Puerto Rico should absolutely be made a state. Like, today? Puerto Rico has... There's 500,000 Puerto Ricans living in Pennsylvania, 1.2 million living in Florida, and 213,000 live in Texas. 6 million Puerto Ricans live in the mainland of the U.S., right? I sure hope that this affects the voting habits of Puerto Ricans, but will it? How many Puerto Ricans are there in Puerto Rico? There's 3 million more Puerto Ricans in Puerto Rico. Make this a state. They deserve it. Like, genuinely, and it would be better for us overall. Make DC a state. Honestly, we need to start going all out here, guys. There is no half-assed way of dealing with these people. There is no talking them out of their beliefs. Hold on. I saw this yesterday. Just because, we were looking at the rally. So I looked up what denazification was like afterward. So how successful were we in reducing Nazism among German populations, for example, after the war? What did it feel like? So in the American zone, this was the American occupied part of Germany. Joint Chiefs of Staff Directive 106 directed U.S. Army General Dwight D. Eisenhower's policy of denazification. A report of the Institute of Re-Education of the Axis countries in June of 1945 recommended only an inflexible long-term occupation authority will be able to lead Germans to a fundamental revision of their recent political philosophy. This is true. This is the only way you can ever get rid of Nazis, or even just extremists that are secessionist in your country. You have to crush them, but especially Nazis. I'm okay with trying to work with stupid people that are even I consider evil, and trying to move them back over to reality, to the left. But Nazis, once you have hit that level of your brain has rotted to this extent, there is no coming back from this. Not historically, at the very least. We don't have a way that we know works. I wish we did. So Eisenhower estimated denazification should take about 50 years, right? So, where are the statistics here? Aha. So pressure also came from the need to find Germans to run their own country. January 1946, a directive came from the Control Council entitled Removal from Office and from Positions of Responsibility of Nazis and Persons Hostile to Allied Purposes. So the results of all of this pressure where is it? Give me the actual numbers. I saw this yesterday. Love when I can't find it. So you want to use oppression against my political enemies only when it's Nazis. Only when it's Nazis. Specifically, nothing else. And when I say Nazis, I mean the definition, National Socialists, people that wave Nazi flags, people that want to mass deport people from the United States, people that want to harm others, domestic terrorists that walk around burning ballot boxes. Yes, I do want to oppress those political enemies. It's the only way that's ever actually worked in history. Give me this, give me the numbers. Hold on, let me find you the actual numbers. Here we go, surveys at the end. So, from after we did denazification, where we tried to make them not Nazis, where we tried to teach them why they were wrong and, you know, teach them better, U.S. conducted opinion surveys in the American zone of occupied Germany, and a majority in the years since 1945 to 1949 stated Nazism to have been a good idea but badly applied. In 1946, only 6% of Germans in 1946 said that the Nuremberg trials were unfair, right? 1950, 1 in 3 Germans said that the Nuremberg trials had been unfair. We eased up on them for 4 years, and they went up from 6% to 1/3 of Germans. You cannot allow Nazism to exist. It has to be crushed. It has to be oppressed. Again, within 4 years, we saw that increase in just the people who didn't believe that the Nuremberg trials were fair. 37% of adults in 1946 in the US occupied zone answered no to the statement, the extermination of Jews and Poles and other non-Aryans was not necessary for the national security of Germans. 37% in 1946 said this. 1 in 3 said that Jews should not have the same rights as those belonging to Aryans, again in 1946. In 1952, 37% of Germany said 37% said Germany was better off without Jews on its territory. And in 1952, 25% had a good opinion of Hitler. We did not denazify this country. Again, why? Because we allowed the existing Nazis to continue. Or like Operation Paperclip, where we allowed some of the Nazi scientists to come move to America. We should not have done that. We should have just hung them all in the Nuremberg trials. They were Nazis and they were war criminals. Just because some of them had useful science to the United States, we let them live. And look what happened as a result. Look what happens when you don't crush the Nazis. And again, we're talking about using power to oppress political enemies. As No Opinion said, you know, they're trying to make it sound like the left isn't the left and that I'm an authoritarian because I want to oppress the average American's power. It is a very common tactic that the right wing will use when you put out any realistic opinion or observation or recommendation of how to deal with the extremists, the Nazis, and the domestic terrorists in our midst. They will immediately jump to claiming that you are doing to them what they want to do to you. And they will try and make you feel bad about it because leftists have empathy. We don't want to oppress other people. The Nazis were not crushed. No Opinion. Look at in 1952, 37% of the Germans polled in American occupied Germany said that Germany was better off without Jews in its territory. Again, look at this. 1946, 6% of Germans said that the Nuremberg trials were unfair. We wait 1950, 1 in 3 said it's now unfair. We gave them 4 years of time, and in those 4 years, the number of people who believed that the Nazis were not as bad as we know that they are increased from 6% to 1/3. If we crushed the Nazis, there should be 0 Nazis. We should have killed all of them instead of recruiting them to Western countries, the leadership at the very least. And as well as heavily censored German media at the time. I mean, even that was the American policy. If we go back up here, we read it a second ago, the Joint Chiefs of Staff Directive 1067 directed U.S. Army General Dwight D. Eisenhower's policy of denazification. Only an inflexible long-term occupation authority will be able to lead Germans to a fundamental revision of their recent political philosophy. And now democracy is being challenged by these same people with the same ideology, saying these same things and using these same justifications with very minor differences. As in, it matters because this is how we get... No, I'm talking about MAGA. Like, American Republicans have leaned into Nazism. The voters don't necessarily know that they're even spouting Nazi rhetoric at the time because they're so brainwashed by MAGA media and by misinformation that they don't think that this is Nazi shit. Whereas the Madison Square Garden rally yesterday was literal, like, one-to-one Nazi shit. The point here is, how do we get rid of this, this idea that Donald Trump is the God Emperor and that everybody is lying to you except for MAGA? How do we get rid of the people who produce and spread misinformation? Well, I've said this before. Fox News, Twitter, the executives of these sites, and also, by the way, like CNN and MSNBC, every single elected official, newscaster, media personality, influencer, if you have a platform, you should not legally be allowed to deliberately and knowingly lie to the public. First, we make that illegal. Then we arrest all of the people we know have done so, investigate them, and then try them, and then crush the movement so that it cannot come back. I'm telling you, if we win this election in a week, in 4 years, we're just going to be dealing with the same exact thing again, but possibly and probably worse based on historical precedent. Trump is more of a WWE heel than Hitler. You say that, except, we've literally watched Donald Trump talking about how people have good genes and bad genes. We watched the literal entire Nazi rally being filled with Nazis yesterday. We've seen Donald Trump telling his generals and telling people around him that he wants Hitler's generals, that he wants generals that are like Hitler's generals. Even when explained to him that Hitler's generals weren't even loyal to him, he doesn't believe that. He likes Hitler. He has quoted Adolf Hitler on several occasions with several different quotes of what he has said. No, they're genuinely Nazis, no opinion. And if you don't believe me, watch the rest of my videos. We've covered it in detail. Now, and again, I've not said, let me make this clear. It's not all of the Republicans. There are 3 different groups inside of MAGA. There are 3 factions. There are the Nazis, there are the Christian nationalists who, don't necessarily have the full ideas of Nazis, but they work well together. And then we have the rich financial elite who are there just because they want your money and they hate you. Those are the 3 main groups. And the Nazis are very overt about them being Nazis. Again, they're not hiding it. So, Vought is widely expected to take high-level government role if he wins the second term. Again, this is the guy that we are covering who specifically is talking about how he wants to make government workers feel miserable and traumatize them in their jobs so that they quit. This is part of Project 2025's plan to get rid of the administrative state as a whole, a shadow government in waiting. In his 2024 speech, Vought said he was spending the majority of his time helping lead Project 2025 and drafting an agenda for a future Trump presidency. We have a detailed agency plans, he said. We're waiting for the actual executive orders. We're writing the actual regulations now, and we're sorting out with the legal authorities for all of what President Trump is running on. Vought laid out that how his think tank is crafting legal rationale for invoking the Insurrection Act, a law that gives the president broad power to use the military for domestic law enforcement. Again, multiple occasions we have now seen both Donald Trump and the people around him talk about how good of an idea it is to use the military against American citizens, against political dissidents that they are labeling as the Marxist and crazy radical leftist left, which literally just means anyone who disagrees with them. We want to be able to shut down the riots and not have the legal community or defense community come in and say, that's inappropriate use of what you're trying to do. Vaught held up the summer 2020 unrest following George Floyd's murder as an example of when Trump ought to have had the ability to deploy the armed forces. Now, again, we know that Donald Trump did try and use the military. In fact, asked if the military, the National Guard rather, could shoot protesters with live ammunition during this time. We also know that during the Black Lives Matter protests, there was organized groups of Nazis, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, being deployed to start fights, to start altercations, and then to blame Antifa on violence. This is a known plan created by people like Steve Bannon and Roger Stone that was put into place, and we have like lots of evidence that shows this. It's not difficult to find video footage. Vaught's preparation for a future Trump administration involved building a shadow office of legal counsel, he told gathering supporters in May of 2023. That office, part of the Justice Department, advises the president on the scope of their powers, which, by the way, is now all because, you know, he has presidential immunity.
And in our time in the administration, we lived in this place most of the time in the Oval Office. We would put forward some policy solution. And then we'd have the lawyers come in and say, it's not legal. You can't do that.
The liars come in and say it's not legal. Sorry, did he say lawyers or liars? I'm confused. He did say lawyers, but I feel like it doesn't necessarily matter because they would just call them liars anyway.
Come in and say it's not legal. You can't do that. That would overturn this precedent. There's a state law against that. So the entire point of this video is we want to change the law so we can break the law. There's so much of things break down in our country, and that's really what we specialize the most in. And we're trying to build at the Center for Renewing America almost a shadow office of management and budget. We're trying to build a shadow office of legal counsel so that
this is like several shadow offices now that we've heard of. Elon Musk is being said that he'll be the shadow president, which I'm not necessarily sure that I believe. I'm sure he'll be one of the people vying for control because Donald Trump's brain is soup, and at the moment he's only led around by his advisors. It's, again, not Donald Trump. He's not the problem. He's the puppet. It's the people around him. It's the Nazis like J.D. Vance. It's the Nazis like Elon Musk. It's also the bourgeoisie like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. And also Bezos now has jumped on board as well. It's the Christian nationalists like the evangelicals and the mega pastors like we saw yesterday talking about how Kamala Harris is the Antichrist. It is partially oligarchy, but it's not necessarily. Again, oligarchy is part of the goal of the bourgeoisie. Okay, you can be the bourgeoisie. You're allowed in this chat. I just, you're not going to like what I say because I'm a socialist. Elon Musk is one of the weird ones because he's both part of the bourgeoisie and one of the people who does want oligarchy because that faction of MAGA does, but he's also a true believer in all of the Nazi shit. I mean, look at him on Twitter. You can see that he believes this stuff in his soul. Who works well together? You and Elon Musk, or you and the Nazis? You and the Christian nationalists? Who are you referring to there?
When a future president says, "What legal authorities do I need to shut down the riots?" We want to be able to shut down the riots.
Just by the way, again, riots is just protests. Oh, well, the bourgeoisie and the socialists don't necessarily tend to work well together because of the bourgeoisie's oligarchy. No opinion. Pay attention to the way these people word things. Again, I've said this over and over and over and over again. We said this yesterday when we were watching the clips of the Nazi rally. Pay attention to the words that they use. In fact, I watched the Zoe B video yesterday. Have any of you seen that? Because that was an excellent explanation of how they use language to subvert the opinions and the expectations of the American people. Language. No, I'm not going to obviously watch the video because it's an hour and a half long, or sorry, an hour and 10 minutes long, and this would be content stealing because I don't have anything to say that she doesn't say in this video. I have nothing to add on to it. But I highly recommend you watch this video. Politics is a language war. You know, we'll watch like 10 seconds of it to get a idea of what the point is being, the point that's being made.
Politics is war. We're mapping the structure of war, conflict, strategy, winning and losing, onto the world of politics. It helps us understand what's happening in political debates, elections, or legislation because we're thinking about those complex things in more familiar terms. And we do this all the time. Think of any big, important part of life, and there is a metaphor for it. Love is complicated and messy and hard to wrap your head around, but if you frame it as a journey, it's a lot easier to understand relationships as traveling through life together. If you hit some bumps in the road and don't stay the course, you could reach a dead end or...
This is obviously part of the foundation of our language, the way that we use metaphors and the way that we compare words to other words, the way that we replace words that mean a certain thing with a similar word that means a similar thing, but with an express purpose, such as in this case with Russell Vaught referring to protests as riots. They are somewhat of a connected idea, but often are conflated by people who want a political outcome in their favor.
And not have the legal community or the defense community to come in and say that's an inappropriate use of what you're trying to do.
Now, we continue on with this very open and deliberate plan of destroying democracy. Historically, the OLC, which is the Office of Legal Counsel, operated with a degree of independence. If all of a sudden the office is full of a bunch of loyalists whose only job is to rubber stamp the White House's latest policy directive, whose only goal is to justify the ends by whatever means, that would be quite dangerous, said an attorney who worked in the office under a previous Republican administration and requested anonymity to speak frankly. Yes, this would be quite dangerous. It's also exactly what they want to do, they're planning to do, and they're saying that they're planning to do. Another priority, according to Vaught, was to defund certain independent federal agencies and demonize career civil servants, which includes scientists and subject matter experts. Again, people like the EPA, departments like the EPA that they want to defund. They obviously hate scientists because the entirety of the Republican Party, both voters and elected officials together, don't believe in science anymore. They don't believe in studies. They don't believe in epistemology. These people are living in their own manufactured MAGA reality that is not even adjacent to the real world that we all actually inhabit. It's part of Project 2025's plan to revive Schedule F and attempt to make it easier to fire a large swath of government workers who currently have civil service protections, which again, tick, 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 going down the list of all of the plans that they have said that they have and that they're going to do. This is all this came out today. We didn't know any of this. We knew all of this, but we didn't know this guy was going around saying this shit out in the open. We can all read Project 2025, and I mean, some of us have, but it's quite long. And also, the Republicans all pretend that it doesn't exist now because Donald Trump and J.D. Vance will deny any connection to it, even though J.D. Vance wrote the foreword. Quote, "We want bureaucrats to be traumatically affected," he said. "When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they're increasingly viewed as villains. We want their funding to be shut down so the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma. This is evil, and it will hurt you and me and literally everyone else because, again, the EPA's regulations that stop, I don't know, the idea of let's drill for oil in every part of the United States and increase the use of fossil fuels even more so, when there's reports coming out now that we're kind of screwed with reaching anywhere under 3 degrees of warming. They want death. That's the thing, is they want to personally profit, whether it's financially, whether it's culturally, whether it is power. That's all they care about, as they will absolutely choose your suffering if it benefits them every time.
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are
the little fucking evil cackle from the Nazis trying to dismantle democracy. Is this particular guy a Nazi? I'm sure. Is everyone in that room a Nazi? Probably not, but they're all fascists.
Viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth.
So the EPA can't protect the environment. That's
financially to do so.
What
we
he's
want to
saying.
put them in trauma.
Traumatize the Environmental Protection Agency and other agencies until they can't do their jobs. This is disgusting. February 22, Arizona Attorney General Mark Bronovich released a legal opinion claiming that the state was under invasion by violent cartels and could invoke war powers to deploy the National Guard troops to the southern border. This legally dubious invasion theory became a potent Republican talking point. In fact, we saw just at the beginning of this article, one of the main goals of this group is to have a warlike footing on the southern border. Again, a place in which there is no actual issue. The entire idea of immigrants being a problem in America is made up, and we've covered this in depth. And I will never forgive the Democrats for allowing this talking point to continue to be spread and go forward. They never challenged it at the very beginning and did continue to not. And at this point, it is not even feasible for them to challenge this because most Americans think that there's an invasion from the southern border, whether they're Democrats or Republicans now, even though there is literally zero issue with our immigration policy. None. Aside from the fact that it is, mean to illegal immigrants and that it is worse for them and better for us. We're exploiting them. That is the problems that we have with our immigration policy, is that we are exploiting others. We should just make them citizens. Whereas these people all think that we're being exploited by not only immigrants from Mexico, but all over the world because, Donald Trump likes to say that they're emptying out insane asylums and sending their worst criminals to America through the southern... people believe this shit because we didn't challenge it. Or not we, but the Democrats, rather. I did. Vaught in 2023 speech that he and Cuccinelli, the former top Homeland Security official for Trump, personally lobbied on the efforts. Quote, we said, look, you can write your own opinion, but here's a draft opinion of what this should look like. They want to be able to just have the shadow government push out plans of what they want everyone else in positions of power to do, and then have them do it. Does this sound democratic to you? Obviously not. This is a very centralized, state-run state. This is socialism. This is National Socialism. This is National Socialism. It is a shadow government specifically run by people in the state that tells everyone else what to do, uses the military to quell dissent, arrests and ethnically cleanses people that they don't think belong in the country. I can keep going. They have exterminationist rhetoric on so many different minority groups. This is dangerous. Nothing short of a quiet revolution. Again, they also talk about revolution. These people are so fucking un-American. Because I guarantee you that every single person that's talking about a revolution is referring to 1776, sure, but really what they also refer to in back, not out in the media, is the Civil War. These people are generally pro-slavery, at the very least the Christian nationalist part of the right, part of MAGA. That we've watched them yesterday talking about how we should repeal the 19th Amendment, and that slavery was actually good, and at the same time that it was black people's fault because, you know, they helped colonizers in Africa like steal Africans and bring them to America for slaves, even though, you know, they were enslaved while they were doing it. These people are monsters, demons. Only demons believe this shit because they want to hurt you. And that's what I mean when I say demon, by the way, because obviously I don't mean like, I'm not religious. I don't believe in magical demons from hell. But what I mean is a lack of empathy and a lack of goodwill towards anybody, a desire for personal benefit at the expense of literally anybody else. That is what I mean by these people are demons. These, honestly, a lot of it is just sadism. A lot of these people enjoy watching your suffering, especially enjoying the suffering of minority groups. We know for a fact that quite a lot of the Nazis, like the actual neo-Nazi groups that are open and clear about who they are in America, some of them support Israel, some of them not. You're not being scientific in your approach. Okay, explain to me what I'm not being scientific about. I'm looking for evidence for my hypothesis. I have evidence for my hypothesis. This is not just a presidential election. There is a coordinated plan for dismantling democracy. Like, we're reading part of it. This is not even Project 2025. This came out today of them explaining parts of their coordinated plan to end democracy. I don't understand how I'm not being scientific and I'm looking for evidence for my I'm literally reading their words and we're watching them say these things. And all I'm telling you is what it means based off of prior evidence of things that they have said in the past. And I'm not talking about in the past like months and years. I'm talking about like today. I'm talking about yesterday. By the way,
underway following the discovery
this is the same people that do things like this, like burning ballots. Hundreds of ballots were burned today by Republicans. I honestly believe everyone is a narcissist and care less about everyone else. Everyone wants to be on top. Sentient Jew slave, I think a lot of people have that belief system, but I think that that is also a manufactured belief system, that it's not innate in humans. Humans aren't innately born selfish. I think that a lot of people do have empathy. This is a group of social conservatives and anarcho-capitalists, right? No, it's not. This is a plan of social conservatives and anarcho-capitalists that have worked in Donald Trump's administration in the past, work with think tanks that are currently creating plans for Donald Trump's administration, that have been praised by Donald Trump, and have continued to work for the Trump administration behind the scenes, even after the Trump administration ended. This was all planned out for years, and we have evidence of all of this. Again, this guy, Vaught, is slotted to be in government again. It's not, he's expecting to be in government again. This is not just a regular group. This is not just nonsense like idiot anarcho-capitalists talking and writing about their opinions. This is people who are working with the Trump campaign, who have worked with Donald Trump before. Well, Trump didn't buy it because he didn't say it, did he? Sorry, because he said he didn't? A man who can't speak without lying, and you want to believe him on that? Marketing himself as some kind of visionary. The Republicans think that this man is Jesus. They have gone above and beyond to make every comparison to Nazis as a dog whistle. And then have also decided, no, you know what, we don't need the dog whistle anymore. Hold on, just give me 1 second. Let me pull up a couple clips for you. There we go. I think that should be sufficient. Here's Stephen Miller. First off, a known Nazi, an open, like, not even shamed Nazi, defending Donald Trump, first of all. Vizora, if you want to worry about weird ideas, look at the Dark Enlightenment folks in California. The Dark Enlightenment folks in California are idiots that are just going to be like folded into MAGA anyway. They're part of Elon's cult specifically, because the right is all separate cults. Because I've mentioned, you know, the three big groups of the Christian nationalists, the Nazis, and then general MAGA. Inside of this, there are several other cults. There's Elon's cult. There's the crypto cult. There's the libs of TikTok cult. It's all cult behavior, and it's not just weird ideas. No opinion, because when you phrase it as like. It makes it seem like this is not serious. They're talking about using the military against American citizens. They're talking about revoking the right for women to vote. They're talking about bringing back slavery. They're talking about all kinds of nonsense. Probably not everything, you know, they might not get everything done, but at the very least, they're running on deporting 20 million Americans. This would destroy the economy and the culture, first of all, but it's also Nazi shit. You can't deport 20 million people without having camps and keeping them in there. Trump has talked about bringing back the Alien Protection Act, or the Protection from Aliens Act of 1798, which is what we used to create Japanese internment camps. They're not hiding it. Again, open, proud Nazi defending Donald Trump. Okay, he can pretend to like Muslims. He fucking hates them, though.
The most gifted politician of our time. The president is a political genius who won against a field of 17 incredibly talented people who took.
This same Nazi. I realized that was the wrong video. It was actually this video that I wanted to put up. This actual Nazi.
After lawsuit, they tried to jail him. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to imprison him. And they even tried to take his life with not one, but 2 assassination attempts.
Even though both shooters were Republicans.
And let me, after libel, lawsuit.
They continue this. Look at this one.
Oh, my story, or won't back Donald Trump. I love you, Donald. God bless America, and God bless the United States. In fact, she is the devil, whoever screamed that out. She is the Antichrist at her.
Here's some more fun ones. Give me a second.
Going on. Like,
this is obviously the most famous clip.
A floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah, I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Sentient Jew Slave. Your point may even be correct, but it doesn't matter. Don't defend like the concentration camps that we had for the Japanese, and we call them internment camps. We don't even call them concentration camps because we're pussies. I'll call Israel's camps like Sidi Timan as well as concentration camps. I don't think that we were rather humane at all to the Japanese in any possible instance.
Some sick bastard, that Hillary Clinton, huh? What a sick son of a bitch. The whole fucking party, a bunch of degenerates, lowlives, Jew haters, and lowlives.
This is literally Nazi rhetoric. Like 100%. Just take Jew haters and replace it with Jews because, you know, they have to pretend to be pro-Israel. 1-to-1. They say this shit all the time. They're not even hiding it.
This piece of art, I would just like to give the art world a little something. I got it here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Bam!
And it's him flipping them off because, you know, fascists and Nazis don't like art because they're not creative and they suck at everything they try and do. Let's come down here to, well, does it really end here? Really, Aaron Rupar? It's okay, because I don't need this thread. You know, I have more. It's not like I need to, I don't know how you guys have forgotten the rhetoric from just a week ago.
But they even are taking over parts of Times Square. They're all over the place now, and they have weapons like very few people have. So
yes, the migrants are taking over Times Square.
Listen to me from Jerusalem. They really do this like all of you listen to me, all of you.
I get back and they go, Sid, you want to speak at this?
He's a Nazi and a
MSG
demon.
thing?" I go, sure. Out of character for me to speak at a Nazi rally. I was just in Israel. But
Even they know that it's a Nazi rally. Like, whether or not that was a joke, that was a dog whistle. If it was a joke, and if it wasn't a joke, it's just them clearly and openly saying it. There is no question that there is a large amount of Nazis backing the Republican Party. Again, look, this is a very, very long article that came out today, but it has detailed information of how they plan to destroy the country, to dismantle democracy.
In the aftermath of the election, we had all these people going around and say, well, I don't see any evidence of voter fraud. The media is not giving us a compelling case. Well, that compelling case has emerged. But does a Christian in China ask and come away and say, you know, there's no persecution because I haven't read about it in the state regime press? No, they don't.
Again, these are people, I mean, yesterday at this rally, they denied that January 6th was an insurrection several times over. Hey, no opinion. Did you see Tucker Carlson being a Nazi recently at all? Because I have several examples of him that I, honestly don't even want to put onto the stream right now because I hate fucking listening to Tucker Carlson. But, again, Nazis. And all of these people work together and they're all inspired by foreign misinformation campaigns.
Intelligence agencies are warning of threats of violence in the upcoming election. In a joint intelligence bulletin, agents from the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security are warning law enforcement agencies that domestic violent extremists,
domestic terrorists, call them what they are. The people who are putting razor blades on the back of Vote Kamala signs, the people that are going and burning ballots in mailboxes, in drop boxes, attaching incendiary devices to them. These are domestic terrorists. It is literally, objectively, definitionally terrorism.
Are seeking to terrorize and disrupt the vote.
So
Let's
call
get more
them
now
terrorists.
From NBC's Ken Delaney. What more can you tell us about this warning, Ken?
Good morning, Anna. The FBI and the Department of Homeland Security are warning in this new intelligence bulletin of the heightened risk of lone wolf attacks by domestic extremists motivated by election-related conspiracy theories, including beliefs in widespread voter fraud and their hatred of their political opponents. This will surprise no one who's been paying attention, but it's significant that these agencies are putting this out to local law enforcement a week before.
We've known for years, that the biggest threat of violence in the United States, according to every law enforcement agency in the United States that, isn't just like a local police department, is from right-wing extremists, is from right-wing radicals. Political ideology is what is leading to the most violence. It is not random school shooters. It's not random mass shooters. Most of these people have political ideologies, almost all of which align with the right. They are the leaders of political violence and of terrorism in the United States. And this is, again, why I go back to, we need to shut them down. We need to use the law enforcement agencies of the government to arrest and imprison them forever. Throw away the key. Again, like we covered the guy, this guy, getting a year in prison sentence today. Voice actor for Bob's Burgers for his part in January 6th. He was part of the most violent exchange between the police and the Trump mob. He was in the fight for the tunnel. Do you guys understand what that looks like? Hold on, I'm not even sure I can show this entirely because it's a bit graphic, but maybe I can skip around. I feel like I can probably skip around in here a bit. No, evangelicals are Christian nationalists. They're not Nazis. There's a difference. They sound almost exactly the same. They have very similar opinions, but they're not the same. This is the part that this guy was involved in.
Rioters, they start spraying.
Probing flashlights that they pointed at the police.
During this
And then-
exchange, there was people's like gas masks being pulled off the police, people using flagpoles to try and stab them. A cop got dragged out of this into the middle of the crowd. They're aligned with the Nazis and the MAGA cult, yes. And most of their beliefs do fit well together. I don't necessarily think there'll be much of a ideological difference between the evangelicals and the Christian nationalists, between them and the Nazis. I think it'll be between those groups and the bourgeoisie where the problems come up from, because again, the elites, the rich people that are part of the movement for the right, they some of them at the very least are on board with this extermination and of this mass deportation, but a lot of them just want more money. And getting rid of people that could be giving them money, their workers, their customers, is not going to be as popular with the bourgeoisie, their section of MAGA. And they might be the group that slows down progress on some of the worst desires and impulses of the right. Maybe, if we're lucky. Maybe they'll just end up being lucky with the trillions of dollars in tax cuts and the largest wealth transfer in human history, and maybe just not care about the loss in customers, but it doesn't tend to fit in with the mode of ideology that these people tend to have. Yes, and evangelicals did used to be taught to avoid government, and they're still taught to not trust the government all the time, as well as like most American Christian extremists don't believe that the government has any right to like police them at all. They think they're the sovereign citizen crowd. People that do shit like this need to be arrested and imprisoned. Those evangelical Christians that are losing their minds about how the trans people are degenerates and of destroying the country. They believe this because they're told to believe this by their leaders, by the media that they consume. That media needs to be shut down. Those leaders should be arrested for inciting violence, for lying deliberately to the public. There are so many groups that are not as bad as that are so much worse and more evil and have such a lack of empathy, but it's all manufactured by a small group of propagandists, by a small group of Nazis and the wealthy people that support them. Evangelicals as a religious classification are actually fairly split between right and left. It's mainly the southern and the rural evangelicals in the media that talk about the right wing. Well, yeah, that's mostly who I refer to when I talk about evangelicals as well. We also have the Mormons and the Jehovah's Witnesses and the other Christian subcategory groups that are all on the right. And no opinion, I mean, I also want to grow a growing economy, and I don't want tax cuts. I want tax increase for the rich. That's what I want. I want a significant tax increase for the rich, because that will grow the economy. To reduce the tax burden of the middle class and the lower class. To bring it back up to what it used to be prior to Reagan would be great. To have a economic system not based on the fake idea of trickle-down economics. To have, I am a socialist, but I don't expect America to institute socialism. I expect America to do nothing for me, and me having to fight tooth and nail for every little inch of positive change, which is how government works. Again, if you're expecting positive change from the top down, you're going to get disappointed. If you want positive change, you have to do it. You have to get involved in government. You have to run for office. Otherwise, they are going to continue working in a way that is not for your benefit. So the worldview of Nazis is not just built on anti-Semitism as their foundation. That's not what Nazis believe. Their foundation, no opinion, is that they are ethnically superior to everybody else. That is the Nazi foundation. It is the eugenicist belief that the Aryans, or the Nazi Germans, it's not the anti-Semitism, it's not the hate towards others, because that's all a tool. That's not part of, it is attached to the foundational belief of them being superior, but it's not why they believe that. it's how they justify post hoc their belief that they're better is by pointing to other groups and saying, well, look how bad they are and that they're bad for us. It's not that they looked at these groups prior and then the ideology did not develop because of their disdain for other ethnic groups. It developed because of their essentially them trying to cope with the fact that they kind of suck and are losers. Nazis specifically, the Germans in general. Which I shouldn't really need to clarify. All Nazis no, fascism is different than Nazism, obviously. And it's not, Nazism is not the distinctly anti-Semitic version of fascism. That's not what Nazism is. Nazism is National Socialism. Fascism and Nazism have very few differences, and yes, one of them is the assault on specific ethnic and religious groups, but it is a centralized government, which belongs to both most fascists and the National Socialists, but it is the idea of the state being your father, about it being your family, this mixture of not just obedience to the state, which is what fascists desire, is obedience to the state. It is a reverence of the state, an almost religious outlook of the state. That is a specifically Nazi trait. Even theocratic governments don't have that generally. That's kind of why the Nazis and the Japanese got along so well, because there was a reference for the Japanese government in that the emperor was literally God on earth to the Japanese people. A fascist can be a fascist without being revered. They use this not just anti-Semitic, but also anti-whatever ethnic group that is their main scapegoat as a post hoc justification. There's a cult called the 12 Tribe Communities that literally have announced that they believe in slavery. They're taught, look, honestly, there's a lot of these groups in America, sentient Jew slave. There's people in positions of power who believe in slavery. I can name some. Look at Mark Johnson, the black Nazi who believes in slavery, who's running for the governorship of North Carolina. There are cults everywhere. And why is the point? That's where I'm coming down to, is all of these cults exist because we allow the cult leaders to spread lies and propaganda in the media, everywhere, openly. We allow supporters of the cults, even in the news media. Mark Robinson, yes, I called him Johnson, not Robinson. Oopsie. I mix these people's names up, all right? They all blur in for me. All Nazis look the same to me. But yeah, here, this guy. Black Nazi. Guy who literally called himself a black Nazi and is still running for office. Well, yeah, obviously, everyone should hate Robinson, but he's not the only one. There are several, they want, God, I hope so. Who knows at this point? It does look like we might win North Carolina, but who knows? They're doing fraud and cheating literally everywhere in the country. We've talked about the 70 fake electors that they have. We've talked about, again, just today, burning ballots in mailboxes. We talked about the Pennsylvania, what is it, Pennsylvania's, which specific bit of Pennsylvania said this? Come on, find me the goddamn article. Yeah, the Pennsylvania RNC trying to block 1.2 million ballots, a million voters from being able to vote. We've also covered just yesterday the North Carolina, was it the chairman of, NC chairman of the House Committee, what is it? Give me House Freedom Caucus, that's what I meant. Just yesterday. We covered this one. The House Freedom Caucus chair suggesting North Carolina legislature should just give the electors to Donald Trump before votes are even cast or counted. They're the ones doing it. It's always been them, sentient Jew slave. If you go back and look at records of election fraud that is happened for the last 20 years. There is no instances of Democrats intentionally doing it. Maybe one. But there are several instances of Republicans, even back in 2016, doing intentional election fraud. There was a lady in 2020 who got arrested for voting for Trump 50 times. Yeah, like the meme is funny, but that's the thing is a lot of people don't actually know.
Welcome to AI
Part of why I
Decoded,
think
that time.
people don't, actually no, not this one. This one's next. I do really want to cover this fucking Nazi talking to Jake Tapper while we're still on this. Read the full ProPublica article, guys. Genuinely, it's disgusting and it's important. So I haven't seen any of this, and I'm not excited to, but it's important because JD Vance does still exist, even though we all forget about him all the time, because Tim Walz was right. It is kind of like Elon Musk is the real running mate, but this guy is owned by another technocrat billionaire, Peter Thiel, who is not a coherent ideology. He leans Nazi, but he also leans Christian nationalist. He's kind of a mixture. A lot of these people are. He doesn't believe in democracy, for one.
Let me ask you, obviously, Trump's former chief of staff, General John Kelly, was alarmed, he says, by what he heard when Trump said he wanted to use the National Guard
As you
or the
should be,
Pentagon to go after
naturally.
the enemy within, Americans with whom he disagrees, including the Pelosi's, Adam Schiff. And then he gave an interview. He said that Trump, quote, certainly falls
Yes,
into the general
actually,
definition
hold
of
on.
fascist.
That's important because a lot of people will forget that he mentioned them by name when referring to the enemy from within. He specifically went out and mentioned not only 2 Democrat officials, but then went on to say that it was the radical left and Marxists all at once, just conflating everybody that is right as a MAGA and is totally cool, and everyone that is to the left is a political dissident and a radical Marxist and needs to be quelled by the U.S. military. It was that conflation was very clear, and we don't talk about it often.
Schiff. And then he gave an interview. He said that Trump, quote, certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, that he is, quote, certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators. You've called him a disgruntled former employee. But why shouldn't...
Remember, J.D. Vance also called Trump America's Hitler like 2 years ago.
Americans out there listen to somebody who worked closely with Trump, worked with him longer than you've worked with him, retired 4-star Marine general, served his country honorably, who is conservative, who says he agrees with Trump on most policies, but is worried about this aspect of Trump.
So let me say 2 things in response. So first of all, a lot of what John Kelly, pretty much all of what John Kelly accuses Donald Trump of saying, there were other people in the room, Mike Pence's former chief of staff, for example, who've explicitly said Donald Trump never said those things, right? So one,
which is a lie.
One on
Mike Pence, the guy who's not going to support Trump because
Mike Pence's former chief of staff said that Donald Trump didn't say those things, right? So that's number one. Number two, I actually think there's an interesting conversation here to have, Jake, which is why does John...
Honestly, I was thinking about like pulling up evidence that he's lying, but then we'll be here watching this 17-minute video for like 3 hours because every word that comes out of J.D. Vance's mouth is a lie. And honestly, it doesn't matter anyway, because if I can fact check all day long. It won't make any difference because reality does not matter when you're already at this level of extreme. When you are a Nazi, when you are full cultish MAGA, like you have bought into it, you're a true believer, no amount of facts will ever change your mind. You can't argue somebody out of this position. It's just not possible. Which is why, again, he needs to be in prison.
Kelly not support Donald Trump. It's about policy. It's actually not about personality.
He says he agrees with Trump on most policy.
No.
He agrees with Trump on most policy. He disagrees with Trump on how Trump views his role and his and the fascism and the authoritarianism.
I don't buy that, Jake. I don't buy that because if you actually...
You don't buy that, but no evidence, no citation. The guy worked with Trump during the last administration. He wouldn't have worked with Trump if he didn't agree with Trump's policy positions.
Look at John Kelly, at folks like Liz Cheney. The fundamental disagreement they have with Donald Trump is, even though they say that they're conservative in the sense that they want America to get involved in a ton of ridiculous military conflicts. They want America to police the world.
Remember, Donald Trump is egging Netanyahu on to be more incendiary and instigate a war with Iran because Donald Trump wants a war with Iran. They'll use this, oh, there was no wars happening under Donald Trump lie to pretend that he is a anti-war president, which he's not. Remember, American soldiers were bombed because Donald Trump instigated it with Iran by bombing one of their generals just out of the blue because he felt like it. He will absolutely create more conflict. And every time these people try and make it seem like the Democrats are the ones who want more conflict, because, objectively, we are supporting Israel as well, they get to play it off like it's something that they don't also do. Meanwhile, every single time we've had either, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump up on stage, or J.D. Vance and Tim Walz, it's a who loves Israel more contest, and both sides will, Donald Trump will just glass Gaza, not even wait for the starvation to kick in. Well, finish kicking in and erase everyone that's still there so he can build his goddamn Trump Tower on the Strip. But he will also 100% get us involved in a war with Iran. By the way, that still might just happen anyway, whether Trump does it or not, because Israel might do something again to Iran before next week, and Iran has said that they won't respond to the last attack on their soil if we did a ceasefire in Lebanon and in Gaza, which isn't going to happen. Iran is the only rational actor in the region, it seems, unfortunately, and they're barely rational in general. They're just only rational on this specific issue.
World, and Donald Trump wasn't.
John Kelly lost a son in Afghanistan. Why are you saying that he, I've never heard John Kelly say whether he supports of Iraq or Afghanistan.
And that's a good point from Jake Tapper. Actually, weirdly, hearing him do his job is interesting. They will create these lies, and if you don't know, because I didn't know that, I didn't know John Kelly lost a son in Afghanistan. If you don't know literally everything to point out their lies on the spot, it gets past it, and someone believes that. Someone will believe this. And that one person turns into another person because they start telling other people. This is how this spreads. Get these people out of office, off of TV, and into a prison cell. They're literally insurrectionists. They're traitors. They are Nazis, and they want to hurt you. Now, again, J.D. Vance was not those things not all that long ago. And we can see how quickly that someone can become radicalized. J.D. Vance called Donald Trump America's Hitler just a couple years ago. J.D. Vance did say that January 6th was an insurrection a few years ago. And now look what happens. Now they don't. Does this remind any of you of anything that I maybe showed you like an hour ago? Maybe the fact that in 1946, 6% of Germans thought that the Nuremberg trials were unfair, and then 4 years later, that number went up to 1 in 3. It's the same thing. You allow this ideology to exist. You allow them to perpetuate it. You allow Donald Trump to go on TV and call the insurrectionists war prisoners or American heroes, or that it wasn't. People will believe it and then get more radicalized. Most of the people that, most Republicans did say that January 6th was bad after January 6th. They saw it get a bit too far. And then they were told that it's not, and because their brains have been developed in a way that it's really easy to do cognitive dissonance, it's kind of the main goal of the media that they consume is to create that ability to not pay attention to reality, that even if presented with irrefutable, undisputable facts, that you will just not believe it anyway. They're trained to do this. They've been Pavloved into this. And the only way you get out of it is by putting the people spreading this in prison. People laugh at me when I tell them people only care about their morals when everyone else does. Well, you're kind of correct. But again, that's a manufactured reaction. People aren't like that from birth. Most people in a vacuum that grow up just naturally will have empathy. Empathy is more innate than greed or selfishness is. Empathy itself is also not innate. People do have to learn to empathize, but I would argue that it's more innately prevalent than narcissism, than selfishness and greed.
Honor his son's sacrifice and I honor his family's sacrifice. That doesn't mean he's not wrong about policy.
What specifically are you talking about? What has he said that
is your argument that a person who lost a son in Afghanistan can't be wrong about public policy?
I'm asking
then
you.
why bring that up?
That's
Let's
not
talk
what
about
he said.
public
Again,
policy.
just
You
lying.
have never criticized his service or
I
his
brought it
son's
up because
service.
you're acting as if he is pro-war, and I've never.
And yes, exactly. Thank you. Not even that. He's saying let's talk about public policy as a way to shift the conversation. Because remember, we're 2 minutes into this, and we may have forgotten. This conversation did not start talking about just policy.
Donald Trump of saying they were
An authoritarian admires people who are dictators. You've called him a disgruntled former employee.
This conversation from the very beginning, from the first second, was about J.D. Vance's opinion on what John Kelly said about Donald Trump, not about policy. And this is, again, a very quick tactic that these people like to use by moving the goalpost. Paraphrasing what someone said recently, if you ever wondered what you would have been doing as a German in the 30s, you're doing it now. Israel bans UNRWA. And I did actually have that up as well. We haven't gotten there yet, certified garbage. But Mopur, you're exactly correct. You're not wrong.
public policy.
I'm asking
then
you.
why
No.
bring that up? Let's talk about public policy
Because you were
I've
asking-
never criticized his service or
I
his
brought it
son's
up because
service.
you're acting as if he is pro-war, and I've never heard him say whether or not he supported the war in Afghanistan or the war in Iraq. He was a general carrying out orders.
Because I know John Kelly's worldview, and I know the people who have attacked Donald Trump the most vociferously on foreign policy. They'll say,
Vociferously.
well,
Hold on, that's a nice word. Vociferously.
people who have attacked Donald Trump the most vociferously on foreign policy, they'll say, well, he's a dictator, when what they really mean is they won't
Someone's
listen.
doing their daily grammar.
Donald Trump wouldn't listen to the leadership of the military when they wanted him to start ridiculous conflicts. That is a consistent...
Donald Trump also tried to tell the military to shoot American citizens who thankfully did not listen to Donald Trump. So, who are you going to believe here, you know? The out and open in the public sphere for years information about the actual behavior during Black Lives Matter by Donald Trump and by military officials? Or are you going to believe this lying grifter who has flip-flopped on literally every belief that he has? Remember, I have the documents that I have the literal Trump campaign created Oppo research done on him. He is flip-flopped on everything. He doesn't believe anything. None of them
There's a big thing going on in American politics. It's a very interesting theme in American foreign policy, where a lot of former members of the Pentagon bureaucracy, a lot of old neoconservatives,
they're all the deep
they have
state.
a fundamental difference with Donald Trump on the question of peace and war.
Yes, they're all deep state. And it's not a fundamental difference on the question of peace and war. It's a fundamental question on the difference between using the military overseas and using the military on American citizens protesting in the United States.
I believe Donald Trump is the candidate of peace. I think the record supports that. But the reason these guys go after him so vociferously...
Sentient Jew slave. You're going to distract me with a side tangent that is just too tasty for me to not take the bait on. You're absolutely correct in that most people don't read past young adult novels anymore, and that's a problem. I don't understand why there's this this line that we've stopped at. People also just don't read anymore. I mean, I say this as someone who also doesn't read very much. I'd like to. I have books that I want to read. I have books that I'm in the middle of reading. I just struggle to because of time and attention, which most people do as well. Most people don't have all that much free time because, you know, cost of living and the amount you have to work to be able to survive, but also the ways that we consume media TV, social media, and in general, things like long form, Twitch, YouTube, all of these they hit the dopamine button in the brain much harder than a book does. Getting into a book requires you to, I don't know, not have distractions, to be able to imagine what's going on in the pages in your mind. And people have difficulty doing that. People have difficulty wanting to do that. I don't know. Maybe audiobooks could be helpful. I can't listen to audiobooks because I don't know, the words get lost in my head. If I'm reading a book, I can read quite quickly. I enjoy reading it. But audiobook, I've tried so many different ones. I've tried them with different like voice actors. It just doesn't stick in my brain. I have to keep listening to the same section over and over again, even if I'm just laying there with my eyes closed, because my brain wanders and I can't stick to it. I'm trying to read this book, but I suck. It's been almost a year to read this book. That is a very common issue that people have. And you can blame social media for that. I'm glad I'm not the only one with the audiobooks, because a lot of people tell me like, oh, you should just listen to audiobooks if you don't, have the attention span or the time to sit and read. And I'm like, I can't. I have found that to be somewhat useful as well, Sentient Juice Slave, to hop between multiple books. I wish I had time to read right now, honestly. There are several things that I've been in the middle of that I've wanted to read, but I'm not going to get the time until like maybe Christmas, I would think.
I don't think that it's about his personality, Jake. I think that it's about they don't like that Donald Trump said no when a lot of them wanted to start a ridiculous war.
Well, for your
God, it's ridiculous listening to him talk. Hold on, I will be right back. I just need to grab some water because I'm in pain. I need to take some painkillers.
ascribing worldviews.
All right, back. I'm gonna try and not spray this all over myself this time. Oh shit, it's still playing. Didn't mean to do that. Oopsie. Let's see. Biggest problem is that I'm highly sensitive to other people. I end up thinking about the things they say for days and days and days. I can relate to that, Sentient Juice Slave. I used to be more like that. I feel like I do that much less now than I used to, in that there is this common anxiety nowadays that people are always afraid of what others think about us because we live in a world where everything is online, everything's on social media, and the things that you say, you get a varying level of opinions. It's not the same as it used to be in that, you would say something and there's one or two opinions you might get. People will say the dumbest shit, the most unexpected, doesn't make any sense type of response to something that you said. People misunderstand you all the time because, especially when we're talking about, excuse me, online through social media, there is a higher chance of a misunderstanding occurring over, like text, for example. And I think the easiest way to deal with that is to take the mindset of, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Don't worry about it unless it's a problem. Well, yes, that's Sentient Juice Slave. You're actually onto something great here in that this is a common issue in that, yes, if you make someone feel slightly off, they want to either get rid of you or get away from you as fast as possible. And this is both on the right and the left, obviously, but this happens from the right. This is manufactured from the right. It is the idea of an inability to feel discomfort. It is a lack of an ability to do critical thinking. It is a lack of an ability to feel your emotions and control them. Emotional regulation, emotional intelligence. These are things that are all required to not immediately need to leave a conversation or to cancel somebody for saying something that you disagree with. And this is manufactured because all of these are taught skills. We should be teaching critical thinking in school. We should be teaching emotional regulation in schools, but we don't. And especially older adults that are, above, let's say 40, have a even less ability to do so, to be able to feel that discomfort in them and then not react to it. And that's why we call ideologies from the right reactionary. In fact, Nazis come straight from this idea of an inability to feel discomfort. I'm gonna put a clip of let me find it. I'm not gonna give you a teaser for it. Just let me find it. But in the meantime, that sucks that you're in pain, certified garbage. Your jaw hurts. Do some stretches. I've been doing some stretches myself. I'm gonna put this on because this is a better explanation than I can word it. Gimme. Hold on. Hold on. Just a second. Thinking. Whatever, I can't find it. It's fine. We'll deal. The concept of where these people get their ideology from does come from being afraid and being unable to cope with their own feelings. And when I say that this is where all of fascism and Nazism comes from, and every other authoritarian branch off from, because I in my point of view, it is a pyramid of horrible. And at the very top of this pyramid is Nazis, and then one level down you have fascists, and then one level down you have, authoritarians and different factions that all lead up to this right-wing pyramid. All of their ideology is reactionary. They don't believe in reality. They don't believe in science. Why? Because that would require the ability to take in information that maybe disagrees with their worldview, maybe makes them uncomfortable. And then they continue onwards with that belief being 100% true, but they don't think about it. It's the reaction to that belief that this threat exists. Well, actually, yes, Stalin, and we do have evidence for this. Let me pull up this study. There's been a few, actually, in fact, the dumber you are, the more likely you are to be conservative, the more reactionary you are. The higher levels of disgust and fear reactions that you give, the more likely you are to be a reactionary, which also leads into the more likely you are to be a conservative. Yes, well, also true. But I think that their negativity and their depression is more influenced by the media. It is more their disgust and fear responses that I think are worth examining. So, investigating the conservatism discussed paradox and reactions to the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is just one. There are several studies. Being transphobic is a congenital mental illness. Genuinely, I 100% believe this. Wait, hold on. It's like not congenital, obviously, not like from birth. Sorry. I was like, that word means what I think it means. No, fuck, it doesn't mean what I think it means. It is a mental illness, though, transphobia. It is the reactionary response to not being able to. What is the best response to it is to teach people emotional regulation. My apologies, by the way, I didn't mean it is a congenital predisposition. It is just a predisposition to conservatism. It's all inside of social structures. It's how we react to schools. It's how we teach people in schools. It's how parents teach their kids. A lot of these parents on the right are the types of parents that, you know, believe that that their children are their property. And so this, let me get to, here we go. A large body of research has demonstrated that individuals who are dispositionally more disgust sensitive tend to be more politically conservative, both in their self-identification and issue positions, as well as in their voting habits. The relationship between disgust sensitivity and conservatism tends to be stronger with respects to potential interpersonal contamination. This comes from Nazi rhetoric, from decades of being inundated with it. And it's not just Nazi rhetoric, because, again, if you live in the South in America, you still have Confederacy stands everywhere. The people, you know, the war of northern aggression, the idea that states' rights are being put down by the federal government, this interpersonal contamination of the culture being destroyed, about all of this really just comes back down to, Vosh said it best. Every single one of these fascists and Nazis are just worried about black people fucking their wives. That's it. How can you be less depressed as a leftist when your whole life is catching constant L's until something happens? You try your best, and you do it because you're a leftist, and leftists are strong, and leftists have emotional regulation, and that's why we can continue without being depressed. We're better than them. That's the thing. We are better than the fascists. If you believe in people having equality, if you believe in good things, as in, you know, no harm coming to other people, if you believe in the right of every human being to live a comfortable, safe life, access to food, health care, to safety, then you are better than the right. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. They're not people the way that we are, because they lack empathy. But it is not their fault. Again, this is not innate. My issue isn't even with the average MAGA. It isn't with the average Republican. It is with the individuals who deliberately disperse all this shit. No, the doomer pill gets all of us, and I get that, because, you know, we're a week off from potentially the Fourth Reich taking power. So how are we not going to get doomer pilled listening to this fuckwit? We got to finish this. This is important. That's my one issue while being a streamer. That's the one thing that I tend to do wrong. Oh my god, hold on. Where did my shit go? Come back here. That's my one issue with being, like, a streamer. And that, like, from my end, not that, like, I have an issue with the streaming. It's just that I tend to see this stuff and I get bored, and I know that this is bullshit, it makes me not want to watch it, but it is worth remembering and watching these things. Yes, people are diverse. Someone who is isolated and inert for most of his days would probably be more disgust prone to the fact that he's he's non-reactionary. Yes, there's obviously exceptions, but this is not a blanket statement. We don't do blanket statements like this. Aside from Nazis are evil is the only real blanket statement. This guy is getting into office, is hitting Discord debate lord level deflection techniques. His whole fucking pansy. You're not wrong.
I guarantee John Kelly talked to somebody on Kamala Harris's campaign beforehand, before he did this interview. Now, I've spoken with people in John Kelly's circle, and I've spoken with people in the Kamala Harris campaign. They say there's been no communication the entire time. So where did that come from?
Oh, I'm highly skeptical of that, Jake. You know the way that these attacks work. You know the way that these people are often vetted by a campaign
So you made it up.
before something goes out there. No, I said that the American media and the American Democratic Party apparatus works a certain way. If it comes out that John Kelly never even spoke with a person in the Kamala Harris
Literally just lying through his teeth. Remember, this guy is the one that made up the cats and the dogs. Yeah, trust me, bro. That's the source exactly. He's the one that spread originally they're eating the cats and the dogs, knowing it was fake. Then he went on the media and said, if I have to create stories for the media to pay attention to us, I will. He literally he's a complete joke and a liar and is a worthless loser. All of these people, they're all fucking losers. All of the Trump stands in office, every single one of the elected officials that bends the knee because they're so afraid, they're all fucking losers.
I'm telling you that. Then I'm happy. You're telling me that based on secondhand conversations with John Kelly, and it's interesting. We've now spent, Jake, 3 minutes talking about John Kelly.
I'm sorry, but I believe the fucking 4-star military general who was working in the government for most of his life and didn't shoot American protesters with live ammunition when asked to, than anything a guy who's been in the Senate for one singular term, who has passed no laws, who only exists in your position because a right-wing billionaire paid money for you to have this opportunity and to be here. Exactly. This is fucked up.
If it is true that he never spoke with anyone in Kamala Harris's orbit, I'm happy to apologize to John Kelly for misstating
Vivek Ramaswamy is a joke.
How he delivered this news to the Atlantic magazine. But let's talk about who did he deliver this news to? To Jeffrey Goldberg, a guy who lied the United States into the Iraq War, which led to the deaths of millions of innocent Arabs.
Along with literally everybody else. Sure, okay, that's a point in your favor, JD Vance. The guy who reported the story, the journalist that this was, sorry, was it told to a journalist? The guy who was being spoken to by John Kelly is an establishment figure and who was pro-Iraq war. Okay, continue. When did you care about Arabs dying? Secondly, what does this have to do with his credibility? He lied to get us into the Iraq war. So did everybody else.
Thousands of innocent Americans. You don't go to that guy if you don't have a particular ideological motive. I think that's what's going on.
Hitler is still a loser. Even though he did horrible things, he's a loser. He's a incel, he's a pussy, he's weak, was weak, and he's a loser. And so is Elon Musk and JD Vance. They both fit this description entirely. No, you're when you're a Nazi, you're just a loser forever. Hitler killed himself. I guess maybe that was the one thing that he did that was good. That's a win. How is talking about a conflict from 20 years ago relevant? Well, in this case specifically, it's not. It could be relevant in other contexts, but in this context, not even a little bit.
On. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to say that I'm wrong.
I think it's interesting that you think that a magazine writer lied the American people into war.
Well, he encouraged it. He wrote stories that were...
Literally everyone in the media did. It was their job. And yes, this is moving the goalpost. It's just... he's a snake. He's a fucking snake. Remember at the VP debate? It was like he's not even answering the questions, and he's doing the same thing here. He's not having the same conversation Jake Tapper's having with him. He has his own little, rehearsed conversation in his head, and no matter what Jake Tapper says, he's just going to try and say the lines of his already completed rehearsed conversation that he has.
Dishonest.
He wrote a story about the gassing of the Kurds in I forget if it was the Atlantic or the New Yorker, but I'm actually referring to John Kelly talking to the New York Times.
He wrote stories, by the way, where he took what intelligence officials in the American Pentagon
ignores the point and doesn't answer,
and wrote it as the gospel truth. And this highlights the entire point that I'm making about Trump's foreign policy. This is a guy who wants to use American troops sparingly. He wants peace through...
Literally the guy who wants to go to war with Iran. You know what? Fuck. I'm sorry, guys. I can't listen to JD Vance talk. I can't do it. I can't do it. Just because you mentioned earlier certified garbage, yes, Israel has banned UNRWA from operating within the state of Israel, limiting their operations in Gaza and the West Bank. Laws come after mountains of evidence had been uncovered. Again, this is an Israel Simp account, OSIT Defender, which indicates that dozens of UNRWA workers participated in October 7th and continue to work with Hamas. Everybody is Hamas. Even the United Nations is Hamas. Everybody's Hamas. I think calling them Nazis and stupid gives them the ability. No, see, I think you're wrong. For-profit media is the enemy. I think they like it when you call them dangerous. They like it when you tell them that they're scary, when you tell people like these are this like intelligent behind the scenes conspiracy. No, the only thing that makes them actually, exactly, it makes them like excited. It gives them joy. If you call them cringe and you make fun of them, call them losers, that is the only thing that actually affects them. Again, like think about it this way, right? The mindset of people like Donald Trump and Elon Musk is that of like maybe a 14-year-old boy, right? If you tell a 14-year-old boy, like a stupid one, don't do this, it's really bad, it's really evil, and they think it's cool, you think they're not going to do it if they're already leaning in that direction? Telling them it's bad and it's cool, it's bad and it's cruel and it's evil is more likely to get them to do the action. But whereas calling it weird or cringe, be like, oh, what the fuck, you want to do that? That's cringe. Much less likely for the teenager to go do the thing. It's the same result. Yes, we need to resort to name calling, which I do. You know, they are losers and they are dipshits. It is, well, because Musk is autistic, and to be fair, so am I. He's just autistic, derogatory. He's the type of autist that should have like the little colorful hat with the spinning propeller on the top. I mean, again, like he's the cringiest, most uncomfortable person in just how he talks and how he does everything. Fucking dark MAGA, first of all, but
USA, USA, USA.
No, it's not an excuse.
USA,
just wait, though.
USA.
No. So first off, not all autists are on the left. Secondly, the autism isn't the excuse for what Musk is doing. It's the reason for his mannerisms being weird. The excuse for what Musk is doing is because he's a loser. Is because growing up, he was the loser kid who had no friends, who was bullied, and then he realized that he has money, and because of his money, he would have the ability to pay for shit and have people hang out with him. And then he built a friend group of people who hate him and make fun of him behind his back, but stick around because he has money. And then he never grew up past the stage. He is still the loser with the money that he needs to make people like him. He knows that he's a loser. He knows people don't like him. And that's the only way that he can manage it, is this dark MAGA, this I'm the defender of free speech and I'm working to like fight that. All this shit is their internal way of feeling like they're not losers. Basically the same situation as Trump, except Trump was successful in being an actor. He was on television, he had a show, but also Donald Trump's desire for attention and admiration doesn't come from him being a loser. Donald Trump isn't a loser. He has the ability to socially interact. He wasn't a loser, but like he's a loser financially. He's a loser in almost every way aside from socially, but people liked Donald Trump. He is a narcissist and he probably has daddy issues for Donald Trump. Elon Musk is a loser with trauma that he can't get away from. It chases him day and night. That's why he's also, I mean, it's probably not why, but you gotta remember this guy's also a drug addict. He's a ketamine addict. His brain is goop. Trump's is soup, Elon's is goop. I am 100% on board with more name calling. It is not effective to give people the benefit of the doubt when you're talking about Nazis. For-profit media is the enemy. It does not work. Your ideas here does not work. Wait. Israel is Nazism right now. Hitler is too. Hitler didn't do anything. What? So, the Nazi movement of the world, in the world right now, is international. Israel has very, 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 very similar talking points to that of the Nazis in the American right, whereas we also have the same exact talking points in Russia. We have this occurring all over Europe, in Australia. The push for Nazism, specifically National Socialism, with a highly white and Christian undertone, which usually, Nazism historically did not have this Christian undertone, and obviously it's a little different for Israel, but it is essentially the same ideology that has wrapped all of these countries up. And yes, genocide is the end goal of all of this. Well, the end goal, one of them at least, because the end goal proper is a consolidation of power and a new, country for them to rule. However, none of this ever works. Again, look at the actual Nazis. They didn't last very long because fascists don't know how to govern. They're really, really good at scaring people and taking power, but once they have power, they don't know what to do with it. They are terrible at holding it. And so, yes, also they do attract devoted viewership, so more money. And it's not just for-profit media, it's just for-profit grifting, because the Nazis are the ones that submit to the grift more often. And again, the only way to deal with these people is to crush them, to put the people spouting the Nazi ideas and the propaganda in prison, and to shut their ability to do so down. Look, I covered this earlier, but a lot of you guys, a lot of my regular favorites over here, were not in the chat at the time. So I'm just going to show this one more time, just quite quickly, of why we need to essentially throw the book at these people. There is no halfway measure that will work. Because look, in 1946, 6% of Germans said the Nuremberg trials had been unfair. Just 6% in 1946. 4 years later, 1/3 of Germans in the American occupied German zone after World War II. Within 4 years, it went up from 6% to 1/3. This is what happens when you allow them even a modicum of space. And we saw this exact thing play out with January 6th. We saw when January 6th happened, most Republicans denounced it, even on TV. Now most Republicans don't think that January 6th was an insurrection. You'll still have to deal with the AfD in Germany, who are also just Nazis. The issue, this is what I'm more worried about than anything else, guys, is not that America is going to die because of the Nazis, is because a win for the Trump administration in America Vosh said it absolutely fucking perfectly in that song. I did actually see that clip yesterday, and it is, I agree with it 100%. Zero argument. Honestly, his views on Nazis, I don't disagree with. I've yet to see any evidence that they're wrong. But what I'm more worried about is a Trump victory spreading and inciting and encouraging the existing Nazi movements in Europe, in Australia, in other parts of the world, and making them feel more comfortable, giving them fuel. Well, Vosh is the State Department. I'm in Pine Gap. I'm the Pine Gap AI. So, Well, no, this wasn't the media, for-profit media as the enemy. We're talking about the 4 years between the Nuremberg trials in 1950. The media was not making Nazis look better than they were at the time. This is not about the media. This is exactly as Stalin quoted Vosh there. If you give them any breathing room, they will go back to their ideals. Radio wasn't making Nazis look better after the war. Show me any evidence of this. Citation needed. Even in Germany, especially in occupied American Germany, we were not glazing the Nazis 4 years after 1946. Within just the time span, right? 1946, 37% of Germans in the US occupied zone answered no to the statement of, quote, the extermination of the Jews and Poles and other non-Aryans was not necessary for the security of Germans. 1946, 37% of the people believed this. Asked again in 1952, 37% said that Germany was better off without Jews in its territory. Literally no difference in the ideology within 6 years because we didn't crush them. That's the only way you can get rid of Nazis. And again, I'm not saying that we need to do this to all of the right. It's just the Nazis. The later generations were anti-Hitler, yes, but the people who survived, like, there was still, like, if you live in Germany, your great-grandfather or your great-grandma, ask them. They probably still believe a lot of this shit. I'm sorry if I'm, hitting a nerve where it hurts, but there are people alive today that grew up still believing this, whose parents taught them this when they were kids. Because obviously, the people who would have been fighting in the war are probably all dead now. I think there's only 3 people left from World War II alive. But their kids were also taught to believe this. You're forgetting that pretty much every critter living in Australia is out to kill you. That's not true. Australia is not scary. All right. Just to get off this for a second, there is such a higher risk of being murdered by wildlife in America than there is in Australia, Mofer. Especially if you don't live in the bush. If you live in a city, there's nothing. We have one animal that I think is not a venomous snake or a bug that could emus won't harm you realistically if you don't fuck with them. Not a capybara, what are they called? The blue ones, the emu generals, the ones in the emu war that we lost. Cassowaries will kill you, and dingoes, and that's about it. Cassowaries and dingoes and drop bears, but you don't need to mess with the drop bears. They won't come after you. They only come after people that Australians have targeted. It's like, you have to like put the laser on the person and have it like click in, and then the HUD on the drop bears, the government super soldiers from Australia. Ding, there you go. You're right, the truth of the matter is the only reason the Nazis didn't come back is because we specifically attempted to remove them from power in Germany, as well as just re-educate the German population to get rid of this ideology. That's the only reason it took this long for them to come back. They're still back. The AfD in Germany, the Alternative for Deutschland party, are run by Nazis. They are the Nazi party of Germany right now. To me, Nazis were patriots, but badly misinformed, victims of relentless propaganda. I refuse to assume. Well, no, I agree with you. They were propagandized to. Yes. Well, that too. Look, the German citizen that submitted to the Reich's ideology is the same in the sense that they're essentially the same way that MAGA was radicalized, but once they have become radicalized, now they are evil. That's the thing. They're not born this way. It's not innate. No one's innately born a Nazi. But once you become a Nazi, you are evil. It's just that simple. Nazism is the only ideology that is only evil and nothing else. Actually, fun statistic, the cow is the most deadly animal in Australia. No fucking way. I need a source for that. And also, Stalin. Operation Paperclip is what I'm talking about. This is where we fucked up. We allowed them to live. We should have killed every one of those scientists that we let in with Operation Paperclip. By we, I mean, the Nuremberg trials. None of those people should have been allowed to exist afterwards. They should not have been allowed to continue their beliefs and their ideology because what they were useful to the. I don't care. I don't care how useful they were. We should not have allowed any of the Nazis that we arrested in Germany to come over to the United States. I refuse to assume you can turn some evil without return unless they have mental issues. Well, cite me any evidence of someone who has gone this far and then been de-radicalized. Because we haven't done it. I'm sure it's possible. We haven't managed to do it, though, for profit media as the enemy. How do you de-radicalize the Nazi? You can't. We tried, and we failed. Look at, and this is only in the American zone. There is no George Wallace in the U.S. That's your example. Explain. I'm not gonna open it up and start reading without an example. Why? Why should I care? Why is this the example that matters when I have surveys from the U.S. government in Nazi Germany? Here are the animals really likely to kill you in Australia. 254 confirmed animal deaths. Horses and cows, eh? Damn. 10 years, horses, cows, and dogs caused 137 deaths. I wonder if dingoes count as dogs here. Anyway. Okay. But that's a racist, not a Nazi. That there's a difference here for profit media is the enemy. When I say a Nazi, I mean a Nazi. I'm saying you cannot de-radicalize a Nazi. Casually ranting while looking at animal deaths in Aussie land. We really are off topic. That doesn't matter. Put them in work camps like Stalin did. I don't like the idea of putting them in camps, even if I just would rather just put them in prison for the rest of their lives. There is no... because put them in work camps. I don't want to have to deal with them. I don't want to ever have to listen to them speak. You put them in the hole, and then you cover the hole. That's how you deal with Nazis. That's it. Put them in the hole, put cement over the hole, and put air holes because, Fed posting is wrong. And, we can do technological progress without Nazis. We don't need them. They're not necessary. No, I don't want to execute Nazis. I want to imprison them for the rest of their lives. No execution. Racists can be taught to not be racist. Yes, because racism is not the same as Nazism. Nazis may not forever be lost. I don't know. I'm not an expert on how to de-radicalize people, but I've yet to see any evidence of them being de-radicalized. They built rockets, though. Okay, so did we. The Nazis were not impressive. They just had... The only reason that their war effort was even moderately successful, it was because of the amount of difference they had in technology level at the very beginning. I don't think we needed them. Stalin, are you really saying that we could not have come up with rocket technology without the help of Nazi scientists? You're not serious, right? We absolutely could have and likely were already in the process of. All that did is get us there faster. And it wasn't worth it. These people all belong in prison. And all of the ones in Nazi Germany that were arrested should have just been killed by the Nuremberg trials. Okay, I don't care if we lost the space race. I don't necessarily even think that, that matters in any way, shape, or form. I don't think... The only difference that it would make to our current timeline, if we went Marvel on this and one of us hopped back in time and just made sure every Nazi was killed in the Nuremberg trials, the only difference it would make to our current timeline, realistically, would just be that we would have no Nazis today. I worry telling Nazis that they must all die gives them the excuse to Nazis and think, well, they already want everyone else to die. For profit media is the enemy. We're talking about Nazis. What the fuck do you mean? They already think everybody that isn't the Nazi should die. They talk regularly about how they are better, about exterminationist rhetoric for Americans in America. They do think others should die. I think the Nazis should all be arrested. And I think all of the Nazis that we had arrested prior to, only reason I will say this is because, back then we had the trials and then we sentenced a lot of them to prison. I don't believe in prison work camps, Stalin. I don't believe them. I don't believe in them. No prison should have work camps. I don't even really believe in prisons. If we're going to go that far, there are significantly better, there should still be prisons, but for a very, 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 very select few people, most people can be rehabilitated. The prisons should only exist for people like Nazis, the people who cannot be rehabilitated. That's the only, and I don't want work camps in those prisons. I just want prisons for the Nazis. That's it. I'm like the middle of the ocean. Nope. They don't get to do anything. Nothing. No fun. You give them woke books to read and put the wokest possible cartoon on 24/7 that they can just, they can turn off, because I still have ethics and I don't think we should torture even the Nazis. Good, it shouldn't be fun for them. And it also shouldn't be useful for us, because then that gives the idea of we can benefit from the imprisoned population, whether they belong in there or not. I don't believe in that. The advent of statistics will lead to the destruction. How do you get to that point when we're in a reality in which statistics just says to other people that you're the deep state? You can't show any statistics to someone on the right and then believe it. Even if it sides with them, they'll still find a way. Look, I want to watch this from Mehdi Hassan, the very fearful environment around Elon Musk. I think this is important, but I think that this is important to cover first, because, in fact, I think this relates to your point of the destruction of politics. I don't think it's statistics. I think it's AI. But other than... What? Other than Pharisees, why about hating Jews, though? Hitler too? What are you guys talking about? Oh, Pharisees are stereotyped as all Jews, and it's the main... Well, stereotyping Jews as all Jews is a thing we still do. I mean, look at Israel. Israel does it all the time. They amalgamate all Zionism to Jewishness, and then also internally there are levels of good Jews and bad Jews. It's insane. We can agree to disagree on work camps. I mean, I don't agree with your name of Stalin did nothing wrong. I think Stalin did many things wrong. But again, that's a problem for after we deal with the Nazis. You can debate them and treat them with respect. They don't change. You cannot debate somebody out of Nazism. None. Show me an example. It doesn't happen. You can't change someone's position. MAGA, sure. If you can debate with like uneducated MAGA that isn't fully indoctrinated into the cult and change their mind. But once you get to that point, no. You can talk to Nazis. They won't scream at you. They'll just say really disgusting shit, and then they'll use every debate tactic in the book of, like gish galloping you, throwing shit that are random to try and change the subject, to try and move the goalpost. They'll strawman you, they'll steelman, everything. They'll do everything. Because the one thing they won't do is tell the truth. Hitler adopted the rhetoric passed down from Christian churches, German occultism, and eugenics. Well, actually, that's a good point, because the Christian churches also have a large amount of influence with the current American Nazi movement. Occultism is... I mean, again, I'm going to be quoting Vosh here again, but a lot of the people that are spiritual, a lot of the people that believe in like crystals and TikTok magic, they lean into, unfortunately, the MAGA rhetoric, because magical thinking is a product of this. You can't be a Nazi without being stupid, and being stupid produces magical thinking and like superstition. They are gullible. It's because they're dumb. You can't, like, there are no intelligent Nazis. There are Nazis that might intelligently do things that, are harmful, but I mean like in a sense of intelligence that relates to the world and other people in it, in not a made up fantasy world, because they're stupid, but they're intelligent in their own fantasy. Because again, intelligence isn't something innate. You're not born with intelligence. What else is there? And yes, eugenics. That was the other point that you made, sentient Jew slave. Eugenics is also a huge part of their platform. Again, we've seen Donald Trump talking about it specifically. Yeah, but sometimes they chill with really reactionary politics. I'm a cis het white male, so it works in my favor, I guess. If you go to prison and you're white, be a Nazi? No, don't do that. Don't be a Nazi. Don't be a Nazi. Do not be a Nazi. Nazis are bad.
To AI decoded
Anyway,
that time of the week.
I think AI is a I know. It's in my chat log. Someone opens the goddamn video. I don't want them to be seeing that without anything countering it. There is what? So are you telling me that you think that eugenics is? Oh, sorry, conflating the names here. Mein Kampf is just incoherent, batshit stupid nonsense. There is nothing in Mein Kampf that is genius. I think you're being insane when you say that. That's ridiculous. The lies about the Confederacy and American exceptionalism are more comparable to German occultism. Well, the Confederacy and the American exceptionalist lies go in with the current American Nazi movement. They are the same. The people who still wave Confederate flags around are more likely than anyone else in America to be on board with the Nazi shit. That's about it. So yeah, that was my point, is that AI is a huge risk factor in not only radicalizing extremist populations in America to the right, but also in the spread of the propaganda that they use.
Some of the most eye-catching stories in the world of artificial intelligence. And with the US presidential election less than 2 weeks away, there are concerns AI technology...
Sorry for profit media is the enemy. You get a 10-minute mute here. I have said on many occasions that it is against the rules to defriend Nazis in my chat. Even if it's even if you're thinking about like a book that you think that there's parts of it that are worth acknowledging. Nothing in Mein Kampf is worth acknowledging is in a complimentary way. So take your 10 minutes off. That's against the rules. Don't defend Nazis in my chat. Democrats, though, Jesus Christ. All right.
Used to make the voting process confusing. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, speaking at an event on AI earlier, said the U.S. was making progress in identifying foreign interference in its elections.
Can we talk about also non-foreign interference? Like, why the fuck is it just foreign interference when this is a video about AI influencing the U.S. election? Elon Musk is one of the biggest spreaders of AI misinformation. He's not foreign disinformation. It's not foreign influence. It's corporate influence domestically. Jesus Christ. Okay, like I know the BBC isn't good or anything like on this shit, but already like we're 30 seconds in and I'm mad.
A long way to go to get where we need to be. So while false information aimed at disrupting elections is nothing new, increasingly advanced AI tools could make it easier to deceive voters with video and audio that looks and sounds plausible. Which brings us to this story.
No, technically Elon Musk came to the United States as an illegal alien and worked illegally, but I also don't think that that's a point that I want to attack him on, because I also immigrated to the United States, and I don't think immigrants of any kind, whether they came in legally or illegally, should be villainized. I think that we can stick to Elon Musk being a cringe dumb shit, like a dipshit, and a Russian operative also, because that's also true. We know for a fact, in fact, that here we go, Elon and Putin have been talking for years. we go. Elon Musk conversation with Putin. 2 years they were chatting. Elon Musk was asked by Vladimir Putin to turn off the Starlink access for Taiwan because Xi Jinping had a favor that he was asking Putin of. Like, this is more important to me right now than Iranian influence on the election, than Chinese influence on the election. I would say Russian, but it's the same thing. Again, Tucker Carlson is a Russian operative. The Prime Minister of Canada said under oath that both Tucker Carlson and Jordan Peterson are Russian operatives. We had the Tenet Media DOJ indictment in which we found that Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Dave Rubin, Lauren Southern, and more were also Russian operatives. How many people on the right are Russian operatives? What did he get out of it? I'm sure a lot. It's like he runs companies. He was working with Putin because it benefits him. Corporations, even ones run by idiots like Elon Musk, always act in financial benefit. Pretty much all of them these days are Russian operatives. Exactly. You're not wrong, you know?
A new public service campaign featuring Hollywood stars has been created to alert Americans on how not to be duped by AI-generated deepfakes in the run-up to Election Day. We'll be speaking to Miles Taylor, one of the organisers of the campaign. Meanwhile, the Futurism website says the Pentagon is planning to use deepfake technology to their own advantage by creating AI personas to infiltrate online chat forums in order to gather information.
I was going to cover this immediately after. We're also jumping on board with this now because this seems to be the new battlefield for the future, and I hate it. This is terrifying. This is scarier to me than threats of using nuclear weapons. This is like end of time scary to me because this is how we get to a point where nobody knows what's real anymore. It's also kind of like the dream of fascists. AI is un-American and we need to get rid of it. Yes. And also, we've talked about this before. AI is inherently fascist. The existence of AI both benefits fascists more than anyone else, but is also inherently itself fascist. It also runs incredibly unethically. We have no use for it. It's not even useful most of the time, and it is built on unethical theft of labor. It is built on the theft of the soul, the human soul. I mean, we're using this in art now, in movies. That was kind of partially one of the big reasons why we had, like, one of the biggest parts of the strike for Hollywood was because they don't want AI integration into the industry because yes, it hurts workers significantly in so much more ways than we currently are witnessing, and in so many ways that we haven't thought of, or most people haven't. But also, it ruins art. It doesn't have a soul. It can't create by thinking, of wanting. AI doesn't work like that. It only generates what it thinks is next in a pattern based off of input. Funny thought, Japan and Germany were close in the 1870s. People treat it like a purely strategic alliance, but Japan's constitution pre-World War II was partially written by German scholars. Well, yes. And also, there are a lot of, like, a fun fact that I've heard about Japan and Germany's relationship in the war was both sides tried to explain their occultist views to one another. The Germans were talking about how, the Jews are behind the scenes and controlling the media in the West, and that the Japan should watch out for it. And Japan's response was, oh, they sound like a powerful ally, which was funny. And then the Japanese started to tell the Nazis about their, like, weird Shinto spirits that are walking around that are, dangerous and all. Like, it was just, the Nazis loved it because they're like, oh, it sounds like, forces that we could harness the power of. They're insane people. All of them are insane because none of them believed in reality. Again, a very common theme between fascists, Nazis, most authoritarians, and stupid people is an understanding of the world that does not fit in reality. We really do need to teach like basic logic and basic critical thinking skills from primary school on. Remember Star Wars, the Empire was fascism, Emperor Palpatine? Well, yes. I mean, also, I'm not a Star Wars fan, and I think I've watched the series once all the way through as a kid, but yes, objectively, the Empire is an imperial fascist structure. But a little nutty? Just a little bit? Yeah, they believe Aryans came from a meteor that landed in the Arctic. Don't they still believe, like the current Nazis, even in America, believe that under Antarctica there's like this ancient Nazi like city? Well, so certified garbage, it's not just the Germans. We took meth too. You think that the American soldiers storming like the beaches on D-Day weren't full of drugs? Have you guys watched the have you guys watched The Boys? Actually, it's quite funny. You even see Soldier Boy, who's like their version of Captain America, talking about how they were on amphetamines like up to the gills on D-Day. Like this is obviously like from a TV show we're talking about, but this has historically been claimed multiple times. It's not new. We often gave drugs to our soldiers back in the day. I'm sure if we could do it ethically, we'd still be doing it.
This comes despite the US government's persistent warnings that deepfakes and other AI-generated content will deepen the misinformation crisis.
Well, also methamphetamine, again, we're getting off topic here. I guess maybe you guys don't care about AI. Would you, if we can change the topic to something else if you want, but methamphetamine still had some medical uses. I think you could still be prescribed it for narcolepsy. Amphetamine, narcolepsy. Hold on. Yeah, no, we still prescribe methamphetamine for narcolepsy. Doses of 40 to 60 milligrams allowed narcoleptics to function at levels comparable to those on medicated controls. What do we do now? Just chug a Red Bull and keep going? Kinda. Benzos too. Well, so ADHD meds don't use methamphetamine. We don't prescribe meth for ADHD. We prescribe other amphetamines, such as Vyvanse, which is dexamphetamine, and Adderall, which is amphetamine salts. And then there's Ritalin Concerta types, which are methylphenidate, which is a cousin of, it's not an amphetamine, but it's a cousin. They're related. Yeah, lisdexamphetamine rather, not dexamphetamine, because dexamphetamine is different. Lisdex is just, they're all the same though. They're all based off of the same group of medications that do have medical uses. The reason that we don't do like meth for ADHD is because we don't need it. Well, so like if you have ADHD and you're taking ADHD meds such as amphetamines at a regular dose, you're not going to get high. It's just gonna clear the bees out of your brain. It clears the fog. If you take enough of it, you'll get high. Yeah, but the point of medicating isn't to get high. It's to be able to function normally. And benzos as well, like we gave benzos to soldiers to be able to come down from their meth highs and sleep at night, but also everyone was kind of taking benzos at the time. Well, your doctor was simplifying it. He was wrong. I think I've actually shown this on stream before, the chemical structure of amphetamine salts to methamphetamine. Oh, well, that's because the Air Force is insane, kid, if I'm curious. To be an Air Force pilot, you kind of have to be insane. And being on meth tends to help with that. Anyway, back to AI being a, you know what? Fuck this. Elon Musk. Mehdi Hassan, do not disappoint me. Because this last video disappointed me. It was the British, and you are also British, so... No, it's the Air Force pilots are insane because of what, like, can you imagine flying at that speed, that high? Do you know how fast U.S. fighter jets go? If you weren't insane to want to be a pilot, you become insane the moment you start going at like Mach 3, with the lowest fucking atmospheric pressure in your... Flying a U.S. military fighter jet will make you insane, whether you are insane or not. I am making that claim with no evidence other than my opinion, and that's perfectly fine. Modafinil is, yes, both something that they use in the military. It's often also what people who work corporate jobs use. That's what they switch to from like cocaine and Adderall to modafinil a lot of the time. Yeah, well, I mean, I've never seen Top Gun, but those people are insane. You can't do that job and be a stable, rational human being. It would not work well for you. I don't know. I feel like maybe the U.S. military screens for just like the right amount of crazy to be an Air Force pilot. And by the way, I've had other Air Force pilots agree with me on this statement, so...
The real-life Tony Stark, the man who could electrify the automotive industry, who could colonize space like no one ever has. Then he bought Twitter. Since the day he filmed that video of himself...
He really does think that he's the real-life Tony Stark, doesn't he? Like, never clicked for me before.
...up at Twitter HQ carrying a sink as part of a joke that he just couldn't land. The social media platform and its new owner have been sinking to new lows. The company has lost nearly 80% of its value since Musk purchased it. But what might be even worse is that his takeover of Twitter has also given us new insights into the mind of Elon Musk. Since he became the supreme leader or chief twit of the social media platform Twitter, although still functioning, is almost unrecognizable. And I'm not just talking about the ridiculous name change. I still call it Twitter. From bringing back formerly suspended accounts like that...
I will continue to call it Twitter forever. At the beginning, I think I did it as a joke because Elon Musk was like misgendering trans people, and I said, well, if he's going to misgender trans people, I'm going to misgender Twitter, or dead name Twitter rather. And now at this point, it's just because fuck Elon Musk and fuck the Nazis.
Trump and a variety of white supremacists and card-carrying...
Which is the same thing, by the way.
To then suspending accounts of journalists for things like tracking the location of his jet using public sources. One thing is clear about Elon Musk. He is not the hero in this story, but he thinks he is. You see, the more Musk tweets, the more people realize how super right-wing his views are. That mixed with his God complex and a seemingly...
Elon Musk's views didn't used to be this crazy. If you go back and you look at tweets that he had sent 5-6 years ago, he wasn't smart, but his tweets leaned more to like what a corporatist would post. Like he was pro-LGBT at a time. I genuinely think that the reason that Elon Musk lost his mind is because of his trans daughter. I think just having a trans kid and being chronically online and seeing all of the woke mind virus shit from the right just rotted his brain to the core. 40 years later, you're confusing the grandchildren, calling it Twitter. Yeah. This is just a long con to get the right-wing people to buy Tesla. Well, I mean, they do. The Cybertruck is profitable. The Cybertruck was profitable. How? I don't understand. The truck that lights on fire on its own, where the pedal for the gas falls off and then gets stuck so that the gas is stuck down and you can't brake the car, brake in the car. The car that lights on fire randomly. No, somehow it's profitable because of the grift. Ketamine can be real therapy. Yes, ketamine is actually useful in real therapy. Ketamine is not useful when you use it for fun and you use it every day. ketamine therapy for someone who has like bipolar depression consists of you going into a doctor's office once like a month, maybe once every 2 weeks, and then getting a controlled injection and where you stay and you have the treatment and then you are looked after by doctors and then you leave. Elon Musk does ketamine for fun. Elon Musk is also microfusions. That's how they treat for bipolar depression. But like ketamine is like medically useful. It's just Elon Musk isn't a doctor and has also told other people it doesn't matter, just use ketamine. No reasons why, no safety concerns, no, well, you should be careful of this, that, and the other thing, just use ketamine, it's good for you, is what he said. And that's kind of sounds like a ketamine addict to me, not a medical user. Shrooms also can be useful. Psilocybin has been shown to be effective in reducing depression in terminally ill people, in getting them more comfortable with the idea of dying, because they're dying. LSD, like psychedelic drugs have useful parts to them. It's just how that they're used. Like MDMA can be used in family therapy, where you can sit in a therapist's office with your whole family and do a bunch of MDMA all together and then sit and talk about your problems, because MDMA reduces the barrier in which you feel comfortable talking about something or accepting something, and it makes you less reactionary. I do believe in assisted suicide, although in fact I believe that the state should not stop you for, like, right now technically it is illegal to try and kill yourself. Not in a criminal offense. It is the part of the government's job at the moment is to prevent you from killing yourself if possible. Which is why you can call the police on somebody if you think that they're going to harm themselves, and the police can come into their house without a warrant to save you. Obviously there's not a way to after the fact hold you accountable for it. It's just more of a prevention method. But I don't think that should be in place. I think you should be allowed to end your life. A K-hole is when you take too much ketamine and you black out for like an hour. Certified garbage. That's the hole, is you black out for like an hour. But I think you should be allowed to kill yourself. I don't think the government has any right in policing how you live your life personally, as long as you are not harming other people. I don't think drugs should be illegal either. I think maybe like certain drugs you can make illegal to manufacture and sell, but not possession, not use. Again, like drug use and addiction, I've talked about this on the channel before, of how to properly treat it, not the way that we do, not treating it as a crime. You mean like music festivals, certified garbage? Yeah, I've been to a few. I went to Electric Zoo in New York when I was in high school, for one. I never got to go to Warped Tour. I really wanted to go to Warped Tour. I never got to. I was the emo kid back in school. I've been to plenty of concerts, but less festivals. I've been to a couple EDM festivals. I can't remember the other one's name. No, yeah. But yeah, they're fun. I don't know. Festivals never really were my thing too much, just because loud. And Kid Vicarious. I know that every former emo scene kid goth that sees this is gonna fucking crucify me, but I never liked MCR. They were like the one popular band that I never really liked. I liked, Pierce the Veil, Green Day, Sleeping with Sirens, Of Mice and Men. I was that era, the AFI. Which one was AFI? No, never listened to AFI. Yeah, I don't know. MCR just felt kind of annoying to me. I do agree with you, Sentient Juice Slave. Not that it was like annoying for any real reason. I just not my thing. I liked a bit of Mix of Screamo in there, but I also really liked All Time Low and Mayday Parade. In fact, I've been to see them in concerts. Pierce the Veil, All Time Low, Mayday Parade, all of them I've seen live. I've seen Of Mice and Men live, of Texas in July. We're just getting off topic from Elon Musk to me talking about concerts I've been to. You know what? This is more fun, though. Festivals-wise, like I got to see Avicii. That's the cool one. That's the thing that I actually quite am grateful for, because I got to see Avicii before he died live. No, we all have ADHD. It's fine. Don't be sorry. To be fair, this is more fun. That's why we keep getting drawn off topic so often, is because the topic that we're talking about isn't fun.
Infinite source of money gives you headlines like this one, and this one, and this one. Musk's shift to the right has paired him with all the wrong people.
Yeah, see, you're showing bad posts there. Hold on. I can do better.
Is worse and even more biased than X. I'm, of course, talking about Truth Social and its founder, Donald Trump, which brings us back to present day.
Could you imagine if I pulled like a Donald Trump and just put on my playlists of like 2009 music and then just swayed for 45 minutes as stream? Would that not be fun? Would that not be entertaining?
Musk.
Yeah, I think you are talking about that song, Juice Slave. I do remember that. Yeah, System of a Down was pretty heavy for the time that they released in. Like, I wasn't their biggest fan, but I did listen to them. Slipknot was also really good at that time. I quite liked Slipknot at the time. These days, like, my actual music taste is changed pretty dramatically in that I'll listen to anything that sounds like a bop. Hold on. I was looking for a post to show you guys. Well, this isn't the one I was going to. Just to clarify, though, that Elon is a Nazi. Elon Musk has already, in October, boosted one Nazi account 9 times, another 12 times, another 14 times, and another 31 times. Went on a podcast with a Holocaust denier and praised him. I mean, this is the kind of shit that gets spread by the world's richest man who owns the actual social media network. Come on, Mehdi, do better.
Seen jumping up and down like a cheerleader without pom-poms at a Trump rally this past week, but also saying weird stuff like this.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA.
So what?
And that's what I mean by he's a cringe loser. That is worthy of ridicule for a decade at least. That's my sentence. I'm passing it down. I'm the judge and the jury. You are sentenced to 1 year of ridicule. Sorry, 1 decade of ridicule for that specifically.
What switch was flipped to bring us an image of Elon Musk dancing around Donald Trump at a MAGA rally? To my mind, I think Musk is spending too much time on the website he owns. Seriously. According to a study last year,
that's all he
the
does.
platform with the largest ratio of discoverability of disinformation, meaning the proportion of sensitive content made up of disinformation, was Twitter. And nearly a year later, the Rolling Stone magazine in August described Musk by saying it's clear he doesn't feel constrained by reality, which is no doubt what made him into the mogul of misinformation he is today. So it is clear there is more to Musk than meets the eye, the tweet, the car, or the rocket. To find out what that is, I'm joined by 2 people who have literally written the book on Elon Musk.
Well, he is Mopar. That's I said that earlier when you mentioned it. This idea of dark enlightenment is just cringier Nazi shit. It is the way to get the people who think that, you know, that they're better than the rest of the right because, you know, they're smarter than them. The dark enlightenment idea is the most attractive to Nazis than anybody else because it requires this belief that I am willing to do the bad things that the others are too weak to do because they're necessary. That's what dark enlightenment means to these people. And that is the closest to just starting point of Nazis as we get. The way of recruiting a dark enlightenment believer is the same process. They just are interchangeable at that point. Once you're in MAGA and you got in because you believed Elon Musk was dark MAGA, you just immediately become a Nazi. Well, Yarvin is also like, he's a monarchist, but he's basically a Nazi. Thiel is a Nazi. Vance is a Nazi. Thiel is also like a religious weirdo Nazi, which again, most Nazis are occultists. This one just religious. Dark magic equals warlock nerd stuff. Loser stuff. Like, if you're going to be talking about dark magic and warlocks, you might as well at least be playing, like, Dungeons & Dragons or some shit. That makes you less of a loser. Saying this stuff and having no nerd credibility is the biggest indicator that you are a loser.
I still refuse to call it X. Ryan Mack and Kate Conger are the authors of the new book,
You gotta get your nerd cred if you're going to start saying shit like that.
Limit, which takes a deep dive into Musk's journey with the platform from shaky beginnings to disastrous middles. Thank you both for joining me.
Oh, and actually, sorry again, he has actually tried to get the nerd cred. He posts videos about him playing like video games on Steam, talking about like how much time he spends playing, and his playtime numbers are rookie numbers to say the least. You can believe in Wicca and be left. Yes, that's true. I'm not saying that all spirituality and all religious belief and all magical thinking is instantly Nazi. I'm saying that it is an easier path to move to Nazism through that path. Someone who starts out as a Wiccan is much more likely to end up as a Nazi than someone who starts out reading, I don't know, sociology, like historically. That's the thing, you know. More Nazis are spiritual than not because, again, they justify all of this they're better than everyone else thing through things that aren't in reality. And the occultism ties into that. All of the crystal mommies in the middle of the country, the suburban white women that think that, like, you know, having amethysts around your house will clear stuff out. Most of them tend to have right-wing views. Does that come from the right? Not necessarily, but they can get there. And matriarchs are, yes, generally left-leaning, but you can be both. That's the thing. So Nazis are inherently misogynists. So that is one thing. If you are a matriarch society, if you believe in matriarchy, you're probably not going to end up as a Nazi unless you, I don't know, get the brain rot into being misogynist first, because misogyny is a prerequisite of Nazism for, I think, every Nazi ever. But you can get still radicalized to fascism. You can be a matriarchal fascist. It's the believing in spiritual and supernatural thinking that opens the road to be radicalized, not the thing itself that radicalizes you. And no, some of these people do believe this shit. It's the same, like, people believe in Wicca the same way that people believe in Christianity or Islam or Judaism. All of this is like fake nonsense that we've made up as humanity to make ourselves feel better when we have difficulty. That's my opinion, you know, my atheist beliefs. But some of them do believe this stuff. Again, it's like asking how many Christians in America really believe in Christianity. Some of them do, not all of them, just as Sentient Jew Slave said. That's the most correct answer. And that's just what I mean. I'm not saying all of the people that believe in, like, astrology are Nazis. I'm saying that it is easier to radicalize those people into Nazism than not. And also that most Nazis do believe in this stuff. Most Nazis are superstitious and have magical thinking and believe in things like astrology and magic. Just, you know, not all people who believe in magic are Nazis, but all Nazis believe in magic. Or, I don't know if all Nazis believe in magic, but most of them do. again, like the idea of having the belief system of your average National Socialist, your average Nazi, and we've said the word so many times that I feel like I really should make it clear again. When I say Nazi, I mean actual Nazi, not just fascist. A lot of their beliefs are nonsensical and come from a desire to rationalize reality that doesn't fit into their worldview. I mean, you would do it for $20? You must really need that $20. Like, I need $20, but I don't need $20 that bad. 10 million, I don't, God, maybe. If you get me, like, high and drunk enough and still pay me at the end for not having, like, been conscious, sure. I'll use that $10 million to, you know, do better things. That's the thing, you know, like, you can take bad people's money and then use it for good. In fact, you should grift the grifters, scam the grifters, take their money, and then use it to not grift. In fact, if you want to use some money to help the world rather than hurt it, if you do scam a grifter, make sure to go to !PV, go to Progressive Victory, and donate your money that you got from the right-wing grifters to Progressive Victory. Or, you know, you can call phone bank, you can go canvassing. Again, guys, like we were talking about how doomer we are and how cooked the country is and how bad these people are. If you want to make a difference, !PV, you are the only ones that can make the change. You are the only ones that can prevent the Nazis from taking power. It's us. It's just, there's no one else. No one's going to save us. We got to go out into the streets. We got to knock on doors. We got to make these phone calls. And that's the best chance we have. Just because of legal repercussions, I've never screwed Trump. Trump has way too many issues in that court. I feel like, you know, we shouldn't really be hypothetically talking about screwing Trump because it's disgusting and none of us are ever going to do it. What are we, not Lauren Southern, Laura Loomer? Is that who we are now? But yeah, no, go to !PV. And if you want to help out specifically getting Mary Pelota elected, that is a very important race. Give it a go. Call, phone bank, try your best, !PV. Like, it's not even about Harris at this point. A lot of what Progressive Victory is working for is to get a Democrat House and a Senate. Oh, you were saying about banging Harris, weren't you? Of course you were.
The book must be very hard writing a book about a man like Elon Musk. Never know where to end the damn thing. Ryan, let me start with you. We're watching Elon Musk, I think, many people think, melt down in public on a kind of day-to-day basis. He embarrasses himself all the time. So just make the case.
Yeah, time to move on. We're moving on. Also, just again, like, Republicans really do think that this man is Jesus.
And pray over him.
Last night you mentioned that the other team are vessels. But I want you to know, and we want you to know, we believe you're a vessel.
Amen.
You're a chosen vessel. That's a Bible verse in the book of Acts that said Paul was a chosen vessel. And we're praying for God's blessing on your life. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine on you. May the Lord be gracious unto you. May he lift up his...
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit weird, guys. These people are freaks and idiots and fucking weird.
I understand.
This is interesting. I just saw this. This is just from 2 hours ago. Bernie Sanders. I disagree with Kamala's positions on the war in Gaza. How can I vote for her? I want to know his answer. I have no idea what he's going to say here. It's probably not going to impress me. But it is Bernie Sanders, one of the very few politicians I actually have respect for. So let's hear him out.
That there are millions of Americans who disagree with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris on the terrible war in Gaza. I am one of them. While Israel had a right to defend itself against the horrific Hamas terrorist attack of October 7th, which killed 1,200 innocent
I love
people
how we
and
have
took
to say this
250
every
hostages,
time.
it did not have the right to wage an all-out war against the entire Palestinian people. It did not have the right to kill 42,000 Palestinians, 2/3 of whom were children, women, and the elderly.
That number is much higher than that, too. Remember, guys, we were getting accurate number updates for months, and then we stopped, and the numbers had been stuck around 40,000 for more than 6 months now. We see the footage every day. It's not 42,000, much more likely to be up above 100K based on a lot of experts and third-party analysts looking at historical wars and of what we see, and are estimating that the actual death toll numbers are well over 100,000. Also, that sucks, certified garbage. Doesn't sound fun.
Or injure over 100,000 people in Gaza. It did not have the right to destroy Gaza's infrastructure, housing, and healthcare system. It did not have the right to bomb every one of Gaza's 12 universities. It did not have the right to block humanitarian aid, causing massive malnutrition in children.
Which it's still doing, Bernie. Remember, we covered this not that long ago. There is no food entering the Gaza Strip. There has been maybe, I think, one shipment. If anyone can cite me another one, because I've seen one singular shipment of food. 80 trucks entering Gaza since October 1st. By the way, 80 trucks is not a lot of food. There used to be more than 80 entering a day prior to October 1st. And there's been just that. That's all I've seen. I've yet to see any evidence of further food entering. The Israeli government has declared the top 1/3 of the Gaza Strip a closed combat zone, as in if you're still there, the government has the right to shoot you. The IDF has the right to just murder you. There's 400,000 Palestinians still in northern Gaza that haven't left, and they're killing them all. They're starving them to death. They're killing them. This is genuinely final solution Nazi shit, because the war in the north is ramping up. The war with Iran is on its way. They need to wrap this shit up in Gaza so they can have their soldiers back. Everyone there knows it. Trump is saying it. We've covered the general's plan that is specifically written by an Israeli general on how to go about starving the Palestinians that are left to death. There will be very few Palestinians left at the end of this. And we're still looking at all the airstrikes, and we see them being murdered every day, but there is no food entering. There hasn't been food entering in a month. It's the 29th of October. And the last shipment I've seen record for is October 1st. Yes, not even DoorDash.
Children, and in fact, starvation. And that is why I am doing everything I can to block U.S. military aid and offensive weapons sales to the right-wing extremist Netanyahu government in Israel. And I know that many of you share those feelings. And some of you are saying, how can I vote for Kamala Harris if she is supporting this terrible war? And that is a very fair question. And let me give you my best answer. And that is that even on this issue, Donald Trump and his right-wing friends are worse.
Significantly.
In Congress,
in every possible way.
Republicans worked overtime to block humanitarian aid to the starving children in Gaza. The president and vice president both support getting as much humanitarian aid into Gaza as soon as possible. Trump has said Netanyahu is doing a good job and has said Biden is holding him back. He has suggested that the Gaza
He's also
Strip
literally said that, he supports Netanyahu. He's told Netanyahu to not listen to Biden and to bomb Iran's nuclear energy sites. To just start with that. Ignore Biden. Just hit their nuke sites. The guy who's, running on the no war president.
Would make excellent beachfront property for development. And it is no wonder
He's also said
Netanyahu
that.
prefers to have Donald Trump in office. But even more importantly, and this I promise you, After Kamala wins, we will together do everything that we can to change U.S. policy toward Netanyahu. An immediate ceasefire, the return of all hostages, a surge of...
There are no hostages. Like, I know he has to say this because the ADL will be right up his ass if he doesn't, but Jesus Christ, we're going to be talking about the hostages for 10 fucking years. They're all dead. There's none left. I'm sorry. Like, even if it wasn't all of Israel's bombs, they would have starved to death by now. Poor Biden, never seen someone so significant become so insignificant. Well, it's not poor Biden. I defended Biden. I still say he's the best labor president we've had since FDR. His legacy would have gone down just fine if he didn't support the genocide in Gaza. Biden's administration did a lot of good for America. Inflation is much lower than it was. They've erased student loan debt. They've given people their rights back. Like, again, we covered just earlier, one of the first things that the Trump campaign is saying that they want to do is reverse Biden's executive order giving civil rights protections to trans people. They have reduced the amount of medications cost. Biden appointed Lena Khan as chair of the FTC, the most based woman in America. All these one-issue voters, indeed, they're idiots. Well, I do think that if you are a leftist, if you believe in most of the things, like, let's say, that I've advocated for, that Bernie Sanders believes in, and you're not voting for Kamala Harris because of the support for the genocide, and you don't want it to get worse, then you are stupid. If you want if you want to end the genocide, you would want to pick the easier opponent. Kamala Harris is the easier opponent. Biden was barely significant from the start. He's done well, but he was rather quiet ever since he just reversed Trump's decision the first month. Well, so they didn't advertise a lot of what he did because they had a pretty shit media team. But Biden did a lot of good inside of the U.S., like domestic policy-wise. They made a huge difference. He was also in favor of all of the striking workers. Just look at a couple weeks ago, the dock workers strike, where that was a planned attempt from the Trump campaign to create an issue. They wanted that strike to continue on. They were in fact expecting the strike to last much longer and to cripple the U.S. economy. It would have helped Donald Trump. But then Joe Biden came up and said, "Oh, I don't believe in Taft. Like, you guys got to deal with the striking workers on your own. I'm not doing anything to help you." And then the strike ended. That was based. He ideologically believes in the middle class and ideologically believes in labor unions. The issue is he also ideologically believes in Zionism, which is where most of his bad press has come from and where all of the issue with the left have with him come from. They end up voting for Trump, making things worse for Gaza and pretty much every minority you can think of. So great job, so-called leftists. I agree. I've said before, you're not a real leftist if you don't want Kamala Harris to win. You don't have to like her. I don't like her. I don't like her policies. I just am not stupid. And I'm an actual leftist, and therefore Kamala Harris needs to win. I got really mad watching Hassan earlier, just because I was like, what did he say about the Nazi rally? So I went on his channel to look it up because, you do that sometimes when you stream. I do it specifically after I've covered a thing because these people have been doing this longer than me and I can learn from them. But if I watch things before I cover them, I'm going to pick up their language. So I don't do it until after. But I didn't even get 10 minutes into the video because all Hassan talks about is, well, like, it's Kamala's fault that they're going to lose. Oh, look, like, you're doing the same thing over and like, he's not wrong in what he's saying, by the way. When Hassan is complaining about Kamala Harris and the establishment Democrats and about how they're going the same path that Hillary Clinton did and how they're personally making the decisions that are worse for their own odds, he's correct. Now is not the time to be yelling and shouting about this, not a week before the election. I don't like Kamala Harris, but for this next week, I am hyper partisan pro Kamala Harris. I am the coconut girly. Like, all right, I don't care, because it is the only reasonable and rational option to have out of the current two that we have. I wish I could operate a multi-million-dollar merch company while simultaneously denouncing capitalism. Yeah, that would be cool, wouldn't it?
Massive humanitarian aid, the stopping of settler attacks on the West Bank, and the rebuilding of Gaza for the Palestinian people.
Oh, the stopping of settlers in the West Bank, eh? How about these settlers that are trying to get into Gaza? I covered them yesterday. They're literally all over the internet right now of people who are camped out at the Gaza border waiting to be allowed to run in and to start picking land to colonize with. There are people with their children just waiting to run into Gaza and colonize some of the land.
We will have, in my view, a much better chance of changing U.S. policy with Kamala than with Trump, who is extremely close to Netanyahu and sees him as a like-minded, right-wing extremist ally. But let me also say this, and I deal with this every single day as a U.S. Senator. As important as Gaza is, and as strongly as many of us feel about this issue, it is not the only issue at stake in this election. If Trump wins,
of course, it's only one
in this country will suffer an enormous setback and lose the ability to control their own bodies. That,
for a start, again, we've seen multiple people that were in the previous administration, have worked on Project 2025, are still on the media circuit talking about repealing women's suffrage. It's not even about our right to make decisions about our bodies. It's our right to vote thereafter.
That is not acceptable. If Trump wins, to be honest with you, the struggle against climate change is over. While virtually every scientist who has studied the issue understands that climate change is real and an existential threat to our country and the world, Trump believes it is a hoax. And if the United States, the largest economy in the world,
also, not only does he believe it's a hoax, but we just covered, like not even an hour ago, their plan to get rid of the EPA. So can we clear the air? Does Bernie have any connection to KFC? No, he does not. Not the same, Sanders.
Stops transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel. Every other country, China, Europe, all over the world, they will do exactly the same thing. And God only knows the kind of planet we will leave to our kids.
What the fuck is this? IRS code what to do when the taxpayer threatens suicide. Me when I'm the IRS and I'm on the phone with the libertarian.
Trump wins at a time of massive income and wealth inequality. He will demand even more tax breaks for the very richest people in our country, while cutting back on programs that working
families... We've talked about it already. The plan that they have for these tax breaks is the greatest wealth transfer in human history, while already 3 individuals own more wealth than half of the United States, and Donald Trump will give them more money.
These desperately need. The rich
your money,
get richer,
your money,
while the minimum wage will remain at $7.25 an hour, and millions of our fellow workers will continue to earn starvation wages. Did you all see the recent Trump rally at Madison Square Garden? Well, I did. And what I can tell you is that as a nation, as all of you know, we have struggled for years against impossible odds to try to overcome all forms of bigotry, whether it is racism, whether it's sexism, whether it's homophobia, whether it's xenophobia, you name it. We have tried to fight against bigotry. But that is exactly what we saw on display at that unbelievable Trump rally. It was not a question of speakers
dollar
getting up
dues.
They're disagreeing with Kamala Harris on the issues. That wasn't the issue at all.
They weren't like talking about reality at this rally. Speaking of right-wingers being stupid,
Harris is a train wreck. I mean, this is a train wreck.
Hold on, where is it?
She is unfit for office. Everyone knows it. No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. Everyone knows she is a low IQ individual. From humiliation.
So first off, base certified garbage. Congratulations on voting and voting yes for marijuana legalization, because that's a good thing. Whether you use it or not, based. It's good for people. It's good for not imprisoning people for nonviolent drug offenses. It's good for people for medical conditions. Based all around. Now I just want to point this out. This low IQ individual shit. Trump likes to talk about IQ a lot. You guys understand, right, that IQ doesn't mean intelligent. We don't have a way of testing human intelligence and putting it into a number. You can study for IQ tests. They're not indicative of how intelligent you are. The only people who talk about IQ like that are people with low IQ. Like, I'll make the joke occasionally calling someone 5 IQ, but that's because of the meme. Donald Trump does this regularly as an insult, specifically, not like a meme insult, but he means it. And yes, it is, IQ is biased to Western culture. It's also biased to men. And it is based on your education level and not your innate intelligence. We can't measure innate intelligence. We don't have that. So, anyone who likes to talk about IQ this much is an idiot. And I just needed you guys to understand that. Speaking of, you know what? Actually, that brings me to a point. To certified garbage. I just want to find it. It was an ad from the Lincoln Project. Yes, IQ is fake. There is no such thing as like a real IQ test that tells you whether someone is innately intelligent or not. Because A, we don't know how to test for that, and like I said, we don't know how to test for it. It is an indication of your education level more than anything else. Now, your grandfather saying vote no, and you saying sure, it reminded me of this Lincoln Project ad, which I couldn't find from the original source. The fucking video quality is not perfect, but this is also a banger, and this is really important for women. If it's gonna play.
Still voting for him? Hell yeah. What about your wife? She doesn't like him, but she's voting for him. Same with mine.
So the reason I'm showing you this ad is because a lot of women in America, especially the types of women that are being represented in this ad, white women married to Republicans living in the middle of the country, a lot of them don't like Donald Trump now. A lot of them have moved to the left because of the rhetoric, because of the types of things that come out from the Republican Party, and because of the attack on women, constant attack on women. Look, I know the point you're about to make with like the Montreal Cognitive Assessment and his tool for cognitive impairment and all of this shit. That's not the most important bit that I want to grab here. You notice how he didn't used to call Joe Biden low IQ. He used to call him sleepy. He used to call him bad, never low IQ. You know when the low IQ claims started? When it became Kamala Harris. The same time where all the racism and misogyny came up. It is directly tied into both of those things. Remember when Kamala Harris became the nominee for the like first entire week, the memes the right was producing were so bad that Republican leadership had to tell their own party to stop attacking women and to stop being misogynists and racists. Well, yes, he can use anything he can grab to win. My point isn't that. My point is that they are specifically using these terms because of misogyny. They're doing it specifically to insult Kamala Harris for being a woman, not for anything else. Well, also because she's not white. In fact, we saw that with Tucker Carlson. Well, yes, refused to make the obvious grabbing joke here. Well, not that one. He can't do that one. But, again, like...
Now, to look in the eye to America with a straight face, it's going to be pretty hard to look at us and say, you know what? Kamala Harris, she got 85 million votes because she's just so impressive. As the first Samoan, Malaysian, low IQ, former...
Again, Samoan, Malaysian, low IQ. This is racism and misogyny that's directed at her specifically because she is not white and she's a woman. This type of rhetoric would not have been, even like take out the Samoan and the take out the racist rhetoric and then keep the low IQ. This would not have been applied to Joe Biden. This is purely because she's a woman. Thank God Harris is better clue than Clinton if she wins. I don't know about that. Honestly, they're about the same. But can we talk about the fact that Hillary Clinton was right? Somehow, like, I didn't like her, obviously. I voted for her. I voted for Bernie in the primary, but I voted for her. But she was right. First of all, calling Trump supporters a basket of deplorables wasn't good politics, but it was objectively correct. And yes, every single claim that she made, she was vindicated on. Everything she said about Russian interference, about fascism, like, she was correct. Every single fucking thing. Even though she would be, like, not good as a president, even though I did not like her, even at the time, some of the things that she said, I had said probably wasn't optically good to say this. It's correct. She wasn't wrong about anything. Anything. It's fucked up. I feel Trump is just a media personality, so he is created by the for-profit media for them to make more money. Well, you're kind of correct. He is a media personality, but he's not created by the for-profit media to make them more money. He's created by the fascists that work with him to use the for-profit media to advance their fascistic desires and beliefs. In fact, you can go watch Roger Stone say this exact thing. At the time when Roger Stone was Donald Trump's biggest advisor, even he was saying this. It was Donald Trump really doesn't even really like politics. He likes movies. He likes being an actor. We know all of this. And it's not just the for-profit media. No, fascism is good for business. Fascism comes from capitalism in decline. When capitalism is struggling, fascism is the direct outcome of that. Exactly. They're good consumers. He likes it. But it's not just that. It's not just money. It's power. It's attention. It's devotion. It's not just money. It is money for a portion of the right. Again, the bourgeoisie that are supporting their financial best interests. But a lot of this movement is not about money and profit. Money and profit fuel the movement, but that's not the end goal. Money and profit is a cause and a happy side effect. The goal here is the removal of ethnic groups that don't fit into, to create essentially an ethno-state in the United States. That is their overall goal. Now, is that the main, like, first step goal? No, obviously not. The first step goal is to dismantle democracy and create an environment in which they don't have dissenters openly being able to protest, where they solidify their power and control. That is the goal here. It's not profit. Profit comes after, and it is a side effect. And in fact, I believe that the desire of the bourgeoisie to continue to profit, to continue to keep their empires, their mini little inside the cult empires working, is going to cause them problems if they win, because a lot of the policies that the Nazi portion of the right and the Christian nationalist and the white nationalist portions of the right want will not, those will contradict with what the bourgeoisie wants. And that may slow them down and stop some of their progress. See, I think you're generalizing for-profit media as the enemy. I think you are essentializing profit, first of all, for ideology, and then you're generalizing it to an entire group who has shown consistently that they're not consistent in their ideology, that they're not coherent in their ideology. So trying to apply a essentialist argument of everything is about profit does not work for this group, because this group doesn't have a coherent set of belief systems. And again, don't often act in their own best interest, let alone the best interest of the people that are slated to benefit. Well, first off, I don't agree with that, because socialism doesn't require profit to exist. But it's not that they don't want profit, it's that profit isn't their primary goal. Their primary goal is ethnic cleansing, extermination, of power consolidation. That is a secondary goal, profit, in this specific case. For some of them, 100% goal number one is profit. People like Bezos, that is profit. Bezos isn't a Nazi. Bezos only just really hopped on board with the right, with telling the Washington Post that they can't endorse Kamala Harris and that they have to hire more conservative writers. That just happened today. That is a member of the bourgeoisie whose primary goal is profit. But that is not, you can't say the same thing for someone like Elon Musk. He is also a member of the bourgeoisie, but his primary ideology is like his first driving instinct isn't profit here. It is ideology. It should be profit in all like rational belief. A member of the richest member that we know of the bourgeoisie's main goal should be profit. However, he's burning money. He is not profiting from this at all. Now, the expectation is that he will profit later on, but it's not about the profit, it's about the ideology, because Elon Musk is a true believer. He believes that Trump is God, that the woke mind virus is infecting people and is causing a contagious form of degeneracy. That is what he actually believes. And that's why it's his primary goal, and profit is only his secondary. You can't essentialize. Rupert Murdoch is a different story. Again, you're moving to a different person who has different goals and different ideologies. Rupert Murdoch is a piece of shit who only exists for profit. He also, honestly, I would say profit and the suffering of others he doesn't like are probably tied for his number one slot of priority. Again, because Rupert Murdoch's old. He doesn't need all this much profit anymore. He has his empire. It's more about ideology. Although Rupert Murdoch, I would still lump in with Bezos in that profit is higher up than ideology in their priorities. Well, I actually kind of get why Bezos did that. He's covering his ass in case Trump does win. I think that you're a pussy if you do that, and that you are the problem. The people covering their asses in case Trump wins are the ones that are complicit in allowing the death of democracy. And yes, it cost him 200,000 subs on the Washington Post, but I still think that was stupid. I don't think you should unsubscribe from the Washington Post because of that. You should unsubscribe from Amazon Prime if you want to really hurt Jeff Bezos. although, we can't because Amazon has become a essential part of the US economy, essentially. Which, again, we need to break that up. Prime Video and Prime in and of itself, and then Prime Music, and then Audible, all being owned by Bezos is basically a monopoly. We need to antitrust that shit. In order to promote your ideology, you need... No, see, I understand what you're saying. For-profit media is the enemy. But again, you're pretending that these people have rational beliefs. They already have money to fund their ideology. Their goal, primarily, is not to increase their money right now. It's to spread their ideology. They already have the money to do this. They want more money. It is not like... It's not a goal for them. They do want more profit. It's just not their primary goal. And I think that you're almost intentionally misunderstanding this. I'm being very specific in my wording, and you're still not understanding me. You are essentializing this ideology for anyone on the right, that profit is their main mode of operation, their main goal, their main ideology. This is just overtly, objectively untrue. Is it a guiding force in their ideology? Absolutely. But it is not the end goal. If the end goal was increase in profit, Nazism is not the way that they would go. Well, none of the rich think that they have enough money. None of the bourgeoisie think they have enough money. They want more money. But that is not the driving factor of their actions. There are better ways to make money than Nazism. There are better ways to make money than supporting the guy who will crash the US economy by deporting 20 million people, by deporting most of the people who work in agriculture, in the food industry. This does not make you money. Jesus loves me. I know this. For Republicans, tell me so. Exactly. Unless, you're dark-skinned or happen to be a socialist or trans or gay or, like anything that doesn't fit into their perfect group of ethnic purity. Do you think that nonprofits do not care? No, I don't. I think nonprofits often exist in a grifty function. Like take public hospitals, for example. A lot of them make enormous profit. At least the executives of said hospitals make enormous amounts of profit, even though they're non-profit companies. It's that system itself is broken there. Now, again, though, I don't think that I don't know how this ties into your disagreement of my point of profit is not the main goal. It's not why. So I'm just setting up the next couple videos that I want to go over. I need you, for profit media, to think critically for a bit about what I have said about essentialism and the impact of finance and ideology to behavior on the right. And if you want to have a debate with me on this, just if you really do disagree, feel free to hop in the Discord, and I have a debate section in which we can talk about this. I think that you are wrong. Yeah, I'm happy to discuss this. It's actually a very interesting conversation to have. It's just, not at this point in time. I don't think it's exactly useful right now. Little ones to him belong. They are weird and also wrong. What are you talking about, Mopar? I'm confused. Anyway, I want to see this because I haven't seen this either. This is a couple weeks ago. So this is House Democrats' plans to avoid another Jan 6th. That would be why I wouldn't know it's to him.
We have all seen images of the horrors that took place at the Capitol on January 6, 2021.
Thank you for calling it horrors.
Congress are working to prevent history from repeating itself 4 years later. Our Scott McFarland reporting that, quote, Democrats have researched and discussed plans to ensure security is tight and they've begun efforts to debunk emerging conspiracy theories about undocumented migrants.
See, here's the thing, guys. They're probably not going to try and do another Jan 6. That's not their way of doing the insurrection this time around. In fact, it wouldn't work out well for them anyway, because Biden's the president this time, not Donald Trump. Biden can call in the National Guard. He can press the big button that turns the entirety of DC into a sinkhole, with all of the government buildings just levitating in the air until you fall into the pit. So this is not really, I don't expect this to be all that relevant, but it's important to know if they do have a actual plan to deal with another physical insurrection. Would be nice.
In federal elections. Scott McFarlane is here now with more on his reporting. Scott, this is fascinating. How do congressional Democrats think they can even make a dent in all of these conspiracy theories?
I have a muscle like right here that is locked in place that I physically cannot move without it burning in any direction. Shit. Any of you a physio? How do I deal with this? Ow, I can't move at all. I can't move my arm. I can't move my neck. Ooh. Sorry. Little distraction. Fuck you, but yes, I know. Telling that to someone who lives with chronic pain.
That are floating around. I was just
very American of you.
It was amazing how many voters I talked to who believed those theories.
There's so many things that need to be done to protect against post-election chaos, because there's any number of directions it can come from. Some of what they're planning is relatively simple to understand. Some of it's next level. Let's start with the easy stuff. The members of the House Committee on Administration, they have offices right there in the law.
For-profit media, I think that's part of the plan, but I don't necessarily think that's part one of the plan. I think they have other steps to go through until they can get there. But we just, like we watched today, Donald Trump talking about how him and Johnson have a secret plan in the House of Representatives. So that's obvious. That's 100% on the table. It is just not their first step on how to go about it. They have several backup plans this time around. Oh, well, very Aussie of you too. Harden up. Toughen up, princess, is what I would have expected from an Aussie.
Across from the Capitol have been talking about security, first of all, ensuring because they have oversight of the Capitol complex in their portfolio, all the security is in place to prevent a recurrence of January 6th. Got a lot easier because it has been designated a national homeland security event. So
yes, I saw that. That was good.
Are going to be on the grounds at the Capitol January 6th. That issue is pretty much put to the side now. It's taken care of. What about the election conspiracies about non-citizens
yes,
voting?
This is the higher risk.
Because as you mentioned, some of that is really enmeshed in people, but because they have federal voting law in their portfolio, they're trying to do messaging to push back on that. But here's the tricky thing. They are game planning or strategizing how to respond if there's a complication on January 6th we didn't see last time. Like, what if there's no Speaker of the House chosen by January 6, 2025? Doesn't seem that far-fetched since there wasn't a Speaker of the House chosen on January 6, 2023, when there was a standoff with a narrow majority. And there's a prospect of a narrow majority again in the U.S. House. They're actually trying to figure out how do we navigate.
This is actually interesting. I hadn't thought about what if there isn't a Speaker of the House chosen. That's a good question.
The electoral votes are counted as they're supposed to be. If there are no rules of the House, no organized new U.S. House, and no Speaker to sit there in that chair. Talked to a number of constitutional law scholars, and so have they, by the way, who say there's likely no way Congress can block a constitutional mandate like counting the electoral vote, but that sure is a foothold that could be used to obfuscate or block the clean process on January 6, 2025, and they are planning for that.
Right, or at the very least delay it. So is D.C. going to look like a fortress?
I did not hear that story. I just think this is the next natural conclusion of how to proceed. The virus of misinformation has fully spread and infected all members of Congress on the right. Well, to be fair, I don't think all members of Congress of the right believe the misinformation. I think they're all part of the system spreading it. I think that essentially every congressperson on the right is actively, deliberately part of this. In fact, the Jack Smith case named 77 different people that were involved in just page 1. Only listed 6 of them as co-conspirators, but a lot of those people that were not listed as co-conspirators at the time will be moved up to ones. And no, I see your messages for profit media as the enemy. I timed you out like an hour and a half ago for 10 minutes. And I told you why. You should still be able to like see stream, and I've been talking to you. How could I haven't timed you out since then? Not since, earlier in the day. And you're fine. Like, not everyone is going to 100% follow the rules at every point in time. I am forgiving. But the point that I want to make here is that all of these people have been on board with this for a while. Oh, yeah, that was more than an hour ago. And they're all listed in the Jack Smith indictment. Not all of them, but quite a lot of them. People like Matt Gaetz, for example. Matt Gaetz, by the way, is a pedophile. I mean, to be fair, a lot of the high-ranking conservatives on the right are also pedophiles. Pedocon theory is a thing, so.
Then on January 6th?
Ever since January 6th, every event of magnitude at the Capitol's had that fencing, that no-climb, 8-foot-tall black metal fencing. I would bet the mortgage you're going to see that type of fencing surrounding the Capitol again, not just on January 6, 2025, but likely for some time before then. There will be federal Homeland Security assets helping the Capitol Police. There's mutual aid, local police departments there too.
Remember, this is about January 6th, but another very important day, possibly more important for this specific election than January 6th, is December 18th. December 18th is the day that all of these state electors are required to have submitted their certifications for the election. They're not certified on that day, obviously. January 6th is when the electors' votes are certified, but it is December 18th in which they are meant to be submitted. So that is another day that's important, because we might see quite a lot of violence, quite a lot of propaganda, quite a lot of fear around that time period, because again, they need these electors to not certify. No, no idea for profit media. Yeah, that's the bigger deal, is they're going to do this shit in small counties across, sorry, I didn't have the screen on. They're going to be doing this in counties, smaller counties, especially in swing states all across the country, in order to intimidate the electors there, the poll workers there. Again, we've seen them talking, like, and by them, I do mean people that are associated with and acknowledge that they are part of the Trump campaign, talking about having poll watchers looking for undocumented immigrants voting, non-citizen voters, and election fraud. Their job is to take videos of sussy-looking things happening at polling stations and send them to the team of lawyers that the Trump campaign has hired to point out fraud and bring it to the court, essentially, because the goal is to create enough of this fear of election fraud taking place, a fear not only of the fraud itself, but of it being so systemic and widespread that nobody can realistically believe anything that anyone's saying, so that it could go through all of the different courts, because, you know, they can't bring it up to the Supreme Court immediately. It has to be shut down by several other courts first. And the point is to be able to have the court just give it to them. All of the stuff in the House, that's all Plan B. Plan A is to just win outright. Plan B is election interference through the courts. Plan C is the House of Representatives. I don't think that we're going to flip Florida, but we might flip Texas. I'll be really happy if we kick Ted Cruz out of the Senate. Again, we really do need to win the House, and we can. The Senate would be great if we won as well, but that one's a bit more difficult. But if we're going to lose the presidency, we need the House and the Senate. So please go out and vote. And I've been telling everybody, even if you don't want to vote for Kamala Harris, if you refuse to vote for Kamala Harris, still go vote. Just vote Dem down the ticket and leave President blank then. I'd rather you do that than not vote at all. Again, you should vote for Kamala Harris if you believe in anything good. If you want the genocide to stop, you should vote for Kamala Harris. If you want Nazis to not take over, you should vote for Kamala Harris. I think Tester may win. They have abortion ballot. This is super curious, right? Tester should win. I do believe in that one. I, again, have phone banked for John Tester. He's good. He's all right, for a Dem, a lib. But abortion is the biggest issue on the left right now, aside from Gaza. And that is my hope, is that women will turn out in larger numbers than we're expecting. My hope is that there are women that are married to Republicans that haven't said that they plan to vote Harris, that haven't really been included in the polls, that we'll see voted for Kamala Harris. Maybe. We'll see. But again, this doesn't end on Election Day, guys. Election Day is step one. And then we have a very, very, very long couple months to deal with afterwards that we have to continue to fight for, because they're not going to stop. They're going to do everything they can.
1982, but the recent culture wars
from
have driven
4
book
minutes
bans
ago.
to a level that has not been seen in decades. In the past year alone, the number of books banned from public schools has tripled, according to PEN America, a nonprofit dedicated to protecting the right to free expression. And here in Texas, they have been leading that effort. At some point, see the most attempts to restrict or ban books of any state in the country. ABC's Mary Alice Parks takes a look tonight at the culture wars impacting the presidential race following the education secretary on the ground as he tries to use old-fashioned retail politics to combat it.
Obviously, the banning of books is 100% specifically curated in this instance to communities in which the right considers degenerates, mostly queer people, mostly anything that involves white people having to feel guilty for things that they have done in the past, books talking about slavery, books talking about Native Americans. All of these books are being banned. I have interesting choices: anarchism, communism, conservatism, democracy, fascism, and socialism. Yes, they're there for a reason. If you pick the wrong one, you get the cone of shame as your role. Stalin has the cone of shame. I know that one.
Set up in case the nation's top education official touring America's schools. What's your name? Visiting the most vulnerable students and choosing to fight back against threats to public education.
Let's just have a real conversation.
With days to go until the election, we got an exclusive look at Education Secretary Miguel Cardona in the crucial swing state of Pennsylvania. Serving students and uplifting teachers, Cardona taking steps to try to defend public schools. Clashes over the classroom now at a fever pitch.
Stop trying to indoctrinate our children. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, it sounds nice, but it's very scary. My 7-year-old does not need sex education. The book that's in your...
Literal just brain rot. Why is diversity, equity, and inclusion scary? You ask this person, and then they say it's because they're replacing white people. They're systematically killing the white race. And then you're like, okay, just... that's it. That's all these people believe. If you ask them to be more specific, to go into detail, they will fail to do so because they don't have that. It's all surface level slogans and talking points that they're convinced are real and will do no thinking on because everything is reactionary. There's no thoughts in this woman's head. None. Nothing. It's just in, out, in, out. Something happens, bam, reaction, done. move on. Next thing. Yeah, I haven't seen the Kamala deep dive from Harris, but we watched one of his videos yesterday on Georgia, because I was talking about the Georgian election. And, like, yes, Johnny Harris is CIA. He's a lib. You know, he doesn't include everything, but he's not bad. I still recommend you watch him. Better information than not getting any information.
But it's very scary.
Just ask questions and research things. Oh, and also, yeah, it's my child doesn't need sex education. Well, I'm sorry, your 9-year-old does need sex education, because sex doesn't necessarily just mean having sex. Sex education is where we teach people about our bodies and how to function in them. It's a health class. It's health care. But obviously the way that this is framed and the way that these are issues are described to these people impact how fervent and zealotous they become over it. These people want to ban books and are screaming about this stuff, not because they, like, not every one of these is Hitler. They don't all hate gay people. They don't all hate black people. They're not all entirely, like, motivated by racism. These people just genuinely believe the things that Donald Trump says, the things that the Republicans say. This is the type of woman, I mean, just without any knowledge of who she is or what she does, is the type of person who would believe it when they hear Donald Trump say, oh, you send your kids to school and then you send them to school as a boy and they come back with an illegal operation that the school did to them and now they're a girl. This is the type of person who believes that. No, I have never seen him around Pine Gap, Cheeseburger Merv. Well, during New Year's Eve coverage on NBC, the first image they showed from NYC was 2 men kissing, and I must admit, I have a teenage boy and I decided not to show him the ball drop and confetti. You don't have to explain anything to him for profit media is the enemy. Children aren't confused by gay people at all, like at all. It does not confuse them even a little bit. In fact, hold on. It's actually you trying to explain what gay people are to them is more confusing than just not doing anything, because kids can understand just by, like, looking at 2 people kissing. Oh, they like each other, you know? Hold on. You having to try and explain to the kid of, you know, why you're even bothering explaining this is what's confusing. Here we go. This is a good video. Whoa. Excuse me. Sorry, hold on, I have too many.
When I showed the first draft of this talk to my dad, and
Come on.
don't judge, but yes, age 28, I'm doing the emotional equivalent of still living with my parents. He asked me, did you really feel like that?
Where did the clip go? I've lost it.
How ashamed I felt when I realized that I was
Oh, here we go.
gay.
Okay, there we go. Finally. So, this is why you don't have to explain, like, homosexuality to children. They don't need it at all. Yeah, two people were kissing because they love each other. Nothing, I'm not even talking about teenagers, Mopur. I'm talking about, like, a 9-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old. You don't have to explain what gay is to them. They don't need to know. They don't care. To them, it's just those people are physically affectionate. Their brain recognizes affection, and that's all they need to know. No, you don't need to explain that. Just let's hear this guy out.
I felt it was wrong. I felt it was unnatural. He and my mum found that hard because, as far as they were aware, I wasn't going through that. I was straight. I mean, and don't get me wrong, there are many things I'm glad they didn't know that I was going through, like the time a friend brought in a porn magazine and I joined in tearing out a...
If the kid asks you, then you can explain, oh, it's because these people like each other. They're showing affection to each other. That's all this means. Now, please tell me that this is the fucking video that's making the point that I wanted to make.
Hiding it in the back of my phone at a time when you could take the back off your phone. and hoping that if I stared at that long enough, it would turn me straight. I'm glad they didn't know about
No,
that.
I don't think this is the right video, but...
But because they hadn't thought that there was any other option other than being straight, they'd made no provision, like so many parents, for that 10% chance that I wasn't. So until that moment, I had planned to talk about the work that Just Like Us does, the charity I set up that trains LGBT young people to go into schools as relatable role models for kids. They go in and they share their personal story growing up to support any kid who is LGBT or just doesn't know, and to empower straight students as allies. But what my dad's question made me realize was that I really meant to talk about parents and their role in this issue. In many ways, this is a story of failed ambition. It's about the challenge of building bridges with people who don't want to know anything about LGBT issues, with people who don't think they need to because LGBT issues have just never affected them, and with people who think they should do but maybe just don't really know what to do. Now, I don't mean to make it sound that working with schools is easy. It's not. Some schools still think they're not allowed to talk about LGBT issues. Others...
And now more so, they actually aren't. Remember, this is from 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Now, I fully am on board with this belief that bigotry is more confusing to explain. They can understand because they know how humans show. Can just come to the conclusion of people are different and that not everybody behaves the same way. You don't need to explain anything unless, first of all, they ask you. But as a child, seeing two boys kissing or two girls kissing is not remotely confusing. If anything, it's, oh, okay, that's different. But I'm looking for these clips. I've seen so many videos, but they're all on like fucking TikTok. Hold on. Well, yeah, but that's because most people in the gaming world are right-wingers. Most people that you will find in the gaming world are 100% on the right. They're the people that hate the queer community anyway. That's the issue, is the bigotry is the problem. Calling, like, using the word gay as a slur is the issue there. You understand that, right? That, like, you're saying that you have to explain to your kid what gay people are because, you know, gay is used as a slur and it might confuse them. The point there is the slur is the problem, not the gay people. These people better not fucking copyright me. This is kids reacting to same-sex marriage. Right. Here we go. All right. From the beginning. Yes, hate is learned behavior. Hate is absolutely learned behavior. And like maybe like 15 years ago, young boys used gay as a slur, but now that's cringe. Literally just like, well, the bus is, that's dangerous. Is that a girl? Did you see the happiness in that? Oh, sorry, I don't have the fucking video on, like a numpty. Let's try that again. Don't copyright me.
A girl marrying a girl? Is that a girl?
Look, she looks happy. That's not confusion.
It's a little dangerous standing on a bus.
What if she just fell off?
A little over 6 years ago.
I met a girl.
Okay, I'm gonna get copyrighted for this. Jesus Christ. Like, these kids are happy. Like, these are young children, too. I mean, this kid looks like he's, like, 13. But this kid doesn't look 13. Some of these kids have looked under 12. And none of them look confused. None of them look horrified. They all look happy. Because a human being, whether they're a child or an adult, can recognize two people that are showing affection. Love. Like children know what love is. They see it in their parents, obviously, right? Like, not everyone stays married, but children see adults show affection towards one another, and let's say they often see straight adults show affection for one another. It's the same behavior. It's the same outward feeling that is elicited by said behavior. And so it doesn't confuse the kid because they just say, oh, okay, well, it works like this way too. It's like you're used to something being blue every time you walk into a room. And then one day that blue thing is gone and there's a green thing in its place, but it's the exact same thing. You would look at it, you'd be like, oh, okay, it's green now. And then you'd move on.
Justin Bieber married a guy?
It wasn't Justin Bieber.
You don't need to explain these things unless your kid is asking you to. Now, if you want to, yes, you can be like, using gay as a slur is wrong. Okay. You should be teaching your kid that. Don't slur other people. Now, if they ask, what does gay mean? And why is it like wrong? And then you can say, well, gay is just when two people that are the same gender, or like two boys like each other and kissing. That's gay. And it's wrong to call it a slur because there are a lot of people like that, and it's mean. Would you want people saying mean things about you for kissing someone you like? And then you're done. Move on. That's how you explain it to a child. Not necessarily. Well, but this is about the slur, not about gay people. You don't need to explain the reality of what gay people are. And you also don't really need to teach your kid a slur either. If they come to you and you hear them saying it, or you have an experience that makes you feel like, okay, well, now I feel like I need to have this conversation because my kid has said, done, or seen something that could elicit this, sure, you can explain it. Obviously, I'm not saying like you don't need to teach your children anything. That's not true. I'm saying you don't need to explain like what gays are to a kid in a way that you don't really want, because you started this conversation off by saying you didn't want your kid to watch the ball drop on New Year's Eve because there was two boys kissing in the video. This is not about just you're not talking about calling other people gay as a slur. You're talking about not wanting your children to have the experience of seeing gay people kissing each other on TV because you would have to explain that. That's how this conversation began, is it not? And all I'm saying here is that if you even feel the need to do this, it's not fucking complicated. The explanation I just gave, you could just copy and paste that. I mean, obviously you can't copy and paste it because it's words, but me and my son have ADHD and we are different but have the rights to live. So for now I tell him gays and trans are different but have the right to live like we do as well. Well, I mean, that's one way to go about it. Sure, it's true, factual. I also have ADHD, but like I think it's they're different, but they have a right to live is a good way to go about it. It's the factual truth. I could type a long story, but Vizora said what I wanted to, so yeah. It's just that simple, People, especially people on the right, are like racking their brains around, oh my god, but if my children see gay people, then they might be gay. That's not how this works. I'm sorry. There is no social degeneracy coming from the queer community. I'm not actually sorry. That is a lie that is created to fearmonger, specifically. The book bans that that we started this conversation on come from that belief. The fear that social degeneracy is a thing, that humans, by virtue of interacting with other humans of a different belief system or a different ethnic group or a different culture or a different desire for how they live their lives or a different sexuality or a different gender, that any of these things, any and all of these things would in fact result in a spreading of this ideology. And this is purely Nazi ideology. That's what the Nazis believed, that that a belief system could be manipulated and could be spread like a virus. That's just it. Nazi shit. As always, Nazi shit. It's never not Nazi shit for some fucking reason.
Does not need sex education. The book that's in your library. I don't think that's
appropriate. There's young people in the audience.
Of course.
Exactly, Moper. Not like that's why I was a bit iffy on the word different. I would just less of an individualist interpretation. I feel like more of a group interpretation of difference would be better. Like there's a lot of people who have ADHD in the world, and we're seen as different. Not we are different and deserve to live, but we're seen as different, and so we're labeled as such. And this is the same for people that are gay or trans, is they don't fit into, it depends on how old your kid is too, because explaining what a cultural or social norm is to a child is more complicated and more confusing than explaining two people kissing. I just do not feel now that my son should think two men kissing as normal. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's not the natural way of things. And I disagree with you entirely. I think it is absolutely the natural way of things. I think that what you just said is not only offensive and incorrect, but is exactly the problem. It is 100% natural. There's nothing unnatural about gays. There have been gays that are in humans. Like, humans have been gay for all of time. We have trans people going back predating Jesus. And then also we have animals in the animal kingdom that are also gay. It is not a human-specific thing. It has been shown to exist in other animals as well, and we have thousands of years of history on this. How is it not natural or normal? What you just said is a belief that has been cultivated by propaganda. Now, obviously, okay, so why is ADHD, different than gay people then? Why is that not unnatural as well? Because yeah, exactly, that too. What if your son turns out to be your daughter? What if you have a trans kid and you just don't know it yet? They don't know it yet. How would you react to this? How would you think is the correct way to deal with having your kid come out as trans, for example? I think taking it to the extreme might be useful in this context, because it really, the goal here is to break through that propaganda. Mofer, you're on point right now. Because I don't think you're a bad person for profit media is the enemy. I don't think you're a bad person at all. I, in fact, agree with most of your takes. I just, think that you're a little misled on this particular subject. Humans weren't designed for profit media as the enemy. You're saying it's not how humans were designed, but humans were not designed. And also, it is how humans evolved. ADHD is an evolutionary trait because humans have existed in tribes. That's how we evolved. We had our hunter-gatherers, and then over time we became more tribal and we continued to evolve, and the traits that are useful continue to reappear. ADHD is useful because people with ADHD are generally A, more creative, and B, are the type of person that is, let's say, asleep at night when the rest of the tribe is sleeping. Awake at night when the rest of the tribe is sleeping, and can protect the tribe by looking around and zoning out and seeing things that others are maybe not meant to see. Maybe that's a natural, real, like, obviously I'm just like putting shit together in my head, but I can see that as a rationale. Now, do I have evidence for this? No, obviously I don't. I'm not a scientist that studied human genetics, but this is not, and obviously ADHD isn't just genetic either, because it is a social component as well as a genetic predisposition towards certain types of brain activity and a certain chemical imbalance. Like, you're saying normal and natural as if those are real words. There's no such thing as normal when you're talking about human psychology or human sociology. There is no normal. There is the cultural norms, but there is no normal. Yeah, I think ADHD is absolutely normal. I think autism is normal too. I think that these are partially social and partially genetically determined aspects of a person's physiology as well as their psychology. But they're entirely normal. I like, again, the idea of normal and social norms are two very different things. And normal is not real. There's no such thing. Social norms exist. Normalcy does not. It is entirely relevant. It is entirely relevant to the person perceiving it. But that's only part of it for profit media. The genetic component to ADHD is only partial. Nothing is 100% black or white. Nothing is 100% genetic. Like, you can't go into someone's brain matter and like flip a switch and turn the ADHD off. This is not how humans work. I mean, maybe you can. Maybe some advanced like science could manage to do that, but that's not that would be eugenics and bad. I don't think you need to remove parts of human society and like the brain function of humans don't need to be physically altered on purpose for whether there's a benefit to it or not. I don't think that that's useful or helpful. But I think the idea of gay kids, like, again, I'm going back to this. You said that you don't think that your son should think that two men kissing are normal. What about Molpor's question? What about if your son turns out to be gay? What about my question? What if your son turns out to be your daughter? How would you feel about this? How would you personally feel about this? Let's put how you react to your kid aside for a second. How would it make you feel? Because that's kind of the key here, isn't it? Because a lot of like what we're watching here, right? This is all reaction to how these people feel. I don't think it's about, their kids. They don't care. It's not their kids aren't their top priority. It's their personal feeling. You would think about your ADHD. Okay, but how would you feel? You're allowed to give me an answer that I don't like here because I'm asking you your personal feelings on a hypothetical that would be most likely uncomfortable for most parents. For years, I would have thought of unruly kid, but it was ADHD. I would think the same way about my son being gay. Okay, what about trans? Also, wait, like, same way as what? Same way as, like, you used to think it was just, like, not normal, unruly, like, bratty kid, and then now you understand that this is a natural part of who they would be. Yes? Is that what you mean by that? I'm just trying to read between the lines a little bit. Okay. But first of all, being gay isn't a medical condition. And also, again, the norm as in the social norm, yes? And again, ADHD is a medical condition. Being gay or being trans is not. It's not a medical condition. So how do you square that with that belief? And like, I know it might feel like I'm attacking you right now, but I'm not. You're just in the hot seat because I'm using you as an example of a good person, a normal, like, average human being who has incorrect beliefs. But that's not true. There's no evidence for this. Gender dysphoria is a mental health issue, but it is not the cause of being trans. You can be trans without having gender dysphoria. There are lots of trans people that never experience dysphoria at all. And again, for-profit media, there is no evidence that being gay or trans is genetic. We don't know this. We know that, let's say, a trans person who is, well, ADHD is also only partially genetic. It's not fully. Look, for example, right? We know that if, like, you take a trans person and you give them gender-affirming care, you give them hormone replacement therapy, and you MRI their brain beforehand and you MRI their brain after, their brain physically changes to fit more in line with the brain that is more associated with the sex that they are transitioning to. For a trans person that fully transitions from one sex to the other. I'm saying ADHD is partially genetic and is partially based on social factors, not that you can talk yourself out of it, for how it develops. You have genetic predisposition to the development of ADHD, but that doesn't necessarily mean you will have ADHD. You can have two parents that have ADHD and have 3 children and have only 2 of them have ADHD. 2 out of 3 kids with 2 parents that both have ADHD. This happens. We know that it is not fully 100% genetic. We're not talking about something like black hair here. The heritability of ADHD is estimated to be between 77 and 88%. So, like, not to say that there is no genetic, obviously there is a genetic aspect to this. However, it's not the 100%. There's several ways to investigate the inheritability of ADHD. A classic strategy makes use of twin studies due to the possibility of assessing the genetic effects heritability of the disorder. According to a recent meta-analysis of twin studies, the heritability of ADHD is estimated at 77 to 88%. The magnitude is therefore similar to that of the autism spectrum, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia. As in, it is not 100% likelihood of you having ADHD based on both of your parents having ADHD. There is, so this ADHD, when we're talking about that is a medical question. Some of the other factors that go in besides your genetics is your standard of living, whether you have access to nutrition when you're growing up, whether you have stress, whether you have trauma. All of these things affects the developing brain, because obviously your brain is still developing until you're 25 years old, which is why they tell you not to smoke pot in your early 20s, because, you know, that can produce schizophrenia if you have the predisposition to it. Therapy can help learning to manage it to an extent. You can't talk someone out of it, though, obviously. Medication also helps, but you don't need to have ADHD just because you were born with the genetic predisposition of having it. Now, bringing this over to queer people, there is no evidence that being gay or trans is genetically correlative. Causative. None. There's none. I'm looking for it as well at the time that we speak. And the best I could find was from the griftiest UK output that says it could account for 8 to 25% of same-sex behavior, but I don't believe anything that comes out of the UK about this shit, because, you know, the CAST report came out from there and that was nothing. Genetic does not mean that one gets it from his parents. You can have ADHD. Well, obviously it means from your genes. It doesn't necessarily have to be from your parents. But again, ADHD is only 77 to 88% estimated to be coming from your genes. The rest of that is external input, is your childhood, is whether you have trauma, whether you have proper nutrition, whether you have a structure, whether you have the ability to feel safe. Safety is another aspect of this, because trauma does fuck your brain up, by the way. So does stress, especially as a young forming brain. Stress and trauma can rewire your entire brain. But again, you're being essentialist here. There is no black and white. You're not ADHD or you have no ADHD. You're not 100% like going to be ADHD because of genetics. It is, yes, ADHD is a physiological condition and you cannot talk yourself in and out of it. However, it is not a 100% determined by genetics medical physical condition. Okay? Is that more clear? Once you have it, you can't talk yourself out of it. But whether you get it or not is not 100% determined by your genetics. But again, this is not the point that I want to talk about, because you keep comparing ADHD to gay and trans kids, and they're not comparable. Because gay and trans kids, like being gay or being trans, is not a physiological condition. It's not a mental condition either. It is not a we don't consider it a healthcare issue. Yes, but that is not true. It is not a physiological condition. It is, so first of all, it depends, because sexuality and gender are two very different concepts. Your sexuality has nothing to do with whether or not you were born like this way or born. Sexuality can shift. You can be gay and then you can be bisexual the next day and then you can be straight the day after. Bisexuality is fluid. It's a spectrum that you can move around. I used to be bisexual. Now I lean into like just straight up lesbian. I will not get with a man. However, that might not be true for me in a year from now. Sexuality is entirely fluid, and we know this. This is evidentiated through years of evidence for this. You cannot talk someone being out of being gay, and you cannot talk someone into it, but said gay person can no longer be gay or can be bisexual or can move on that spectrum on their own based off of internal and external factors that aren't someone else's opinion. It is, sexuality is not a straight line. You know, it's not this side is gay, this side is straight, you're either here or you're something. You move constantly. Gender is entirely different, because gender is made up. Gender doesn't exist besides the person experiencing it. Gender is how you relate to societal norms based on, it is how a person wants other people in society to view them and relate them to specific existing norms that are aligned with a sex. Like a trans man is more aligned with the social norms that are usually expected of men and of the cultural norms that are expected of men. And so their gender is man because they present to society and wish to be perceived by society and engage with the expectations and the norms of men. The same can be said for trans women. Now, there's also the non-conforming people. There's non-binary people. There's gender fluid people who move back and forth between male and female and neither and somewhere in between. You can get confused when you start digging into all of this stuff because none of that is actually a physical reality. All of that is a social construct because the entirety of gender is a social construct that affects only the person experiencing their gender. And that's it. It doesn't matter. Like, outside of that person's personal experience, gender isn't real and it doesn't matter because it's not based on anything physical. It's not based on your physical sex. My understanding is the gay man who lives around straight men, knows everything about hetero relationships, is not even aware what gay is, would still be gay. So that is likely, but that doesn't mean a 100% gay man cannot later in life decide, oh, you know what, I kind of want to hook up with this chick. She's kind of hot. It's weird. I don't usually find women hot. And then hook up with that chick and then want to be with them. That happens. That is not a, there is no rules for whether you can move on the sexuality spectrum. That's just not how sexuality works. In fact, let me pull up some evidence to that. Gender, entirely different concept because it is a social construct. So, first off, we got to separate those. So let's talk about sexual fluidity. Just the the Wikipedia article. Research over several decades has demonstrated that sexual orientation can be at any point along a continuum, from exclusive attraction to opposite sex to exclusive attraction of the same sex. But, and actually, yes, a lot of bisexuals are really just somewhere transitioning between the two. However, not simple. Nope. National Library of Medicine is much better. Let's get down to your conclusions. Oh, okay. Let's see which one of these are worth reading. Well, so let's start with this. The past decade has seen an increase on research in sexual fluidity, studies expanding on prior research in several key areas. First, this research has expanded the definition and the types of sexual fluidity considered the experience of cisgender men and transgender and non-binary individuals, in addition to cisgender women. Secondly, recent research has examined fluidity in more than one sexual orientation dimension, i.e. attractions and identity or behavior. Yes, because there is also these things. I forget about this in that we talk about sexual attraction quite a lot, but there is also identity attraction and behavior attraction that come into this field. This is all like weird science. Once we get to this point, it's all just science. My point is that nothing's black and white. See, but you're talking about this again as if someone could talk you into or out of it. That's not what I'm saying. It's not a conscious choice to move on the scale. It is based on internal and external factors moving you together without you ever really making a conscious decision of any sort. Major Pete said that if he could, he would. And yes, not everyone can. Not everyone does move. There are people who are like smack dab in the middle of bisexual and they don't lean any other way and they never move. But there are also people like me who started off as a lesbian, then lived happily as a bisexual for 2 years. I've dated a lot of men, but I started off as a lesbian and now I'm a lesbian again. I don't find attraction to men. I did at some point in time, and that's because you can move along the spectrum. It's just not a conscious decision. You don't make the decision to do that. I'm not sure anyone ever can. It just kind of happens. You can move. There's no rigid borders to how you can feel about other people. And this doesn't only apply to this, by the way. I mean, like, I feel like I could do a whole stream on just sex and gender. I feel like maybe I should, considering how much the right wing is talking about trans people these days. Maybe just like a stream that explains trans people would be helpful, I guess, in case they start throwing them in the camps. Research has that has included both cisgender women and men has provided an opportunity to examine gender differences in sexual fluidity frequency. This research yielded mixed results, with some confirming earlier assumptions that cisgender women are more sexually fluid than cisgender men, and other research finding that no gender difference, particularly among sexual minorities. This research also found that general sexual minorities are more sexually fluid than heterosexual individuals, and that sexual fluidity is more common among adolescents than young adults or adults. Wait, so you distinguish between gay men who cannot talk about themselves out of being gay, but some... What? Hold on. So you distinguish between gay men who cannot talk themselves out of being gay, but some actually could, like different. No, it's not a different kind of gayness. It's not a different kind of gayness. It's the same kind of gayness. It's the different brain. It's the different kinds of attraction more, like, yes, Moper. It's that not everyone is fully... I guess thank you. Is it because I'm frustrated, sentient juice slave? They are normal people. Gays are normal people. We are all normal people. But it's not black and white for profit media. It's not, you can be gay and then not be gay the next day. You just don't get to make a conscious choice of it. I'm sorry, that's just how it works. And not every gay person gets to do that. Not every gay person is fluid. I've had this as copy paste for hours. I've just been asleep waiting for a good time to send it. Oh, okay, well, fair enough. Thank you. Appreciate the compliment. Well, honestly, I think I will do a whole stream on this. When is a good question, because anytime I want to talk about something, there's always the impending doom. But maybe Halloween. I don't know. Halloween might be a good time because I don't want to talk about Nazis and like the end of democracy on Halloween. And I will be streaming on Thursday. And I will be wearing my costume. So maybe we can do like a fun stream talking about like science and philosophy and no politics. How does that sound to you guys? I'll make a poll in the Discord and you guys can vote on it. That's gender, not sexuality. For profit media is the enemy. Those are entirely different concepts. They're unrelated. Oopsie, didn't mean to put that in. They're entirely unrelated. There's no connection between sex and gender. At all. Anyway, you know what? We will. We're going to talk about this on Thursday. Fuck it, you're not getting a poll anymore. I've decided Thursday is the day that we have class time on what the hell is sex and gender, sexuality, how does this work? Well, it doesn't matter, sentient Jew slave. Just like gender, sexuality only matters to the people that are involved in it. Yes, I mean sexual orientation when I mean sexuality. Gender is how you view yourself in relation to the social norms and expectations of a sex. Because again, sex and gender are different. And I'm not talking about sexual, I'm talking about physical, like biological sex is entirely unrelated to gender. And then biological sex and gender are entirely unrelated to sexual orientation. But yeah, we could get rid of the concept of like marriage. We could, I'm technically a gender abolitionist. I don't even really think we need gender. The only reason we have it is because of the heavy roles and expectations that we have attached to them in society. We don't need that. Yes, this is big headache stuff. It's big brain. We got the big brains today, all right? But it's also because we're hopping around. We don't have like structure. And this is why I'm saying that's why I want to talk about it on Thursday, because that way I can have the structure to step-by-step explain this. I tried this before once. It ended with a 5-hour debate with a bunch of Middle Eastern nationalist and religious extremist arguing with me about the very base of they couldn't get past sex and gender are two different things. I believe in you guys much more than this. So we will talk about it on Thursday. It sounds fun, honestly. And it is important. Oh, yeah, the VOD's always posted for profit media. It's always on YouTube. It's always on Twitch. I feel like maybe I could start posting them onto Patreon too, but I don't know if you need that. Like, it's on YouTube and Twitch, so the VODs are always there. I'd love to be able to, like, cut the VODs into shorter videos and post them on YouTube, but, it's difficult for me to keep up with because it would require me to sit there and not only watch myself for 5 hours, which doesn't appeal to me. I don't like watching my own videos. And then like cutting it, figuring out like where to cut. I don't want to do any of that stuff. It's not fun for me. And when I was doing it regularly, it was taking away from the joy of me doing this. So until I find someone who will help me with that, or until I make enough money to pay an editor for that, we got full VODs and the occasional whenever I can be bothered or whenever it's not incredibly busy. Anyway, let's finish this video, and then I think that's it for the day, because this is, again, the book bans that are resulting from the confusion that many Americans share with you for profit media on what exactly is sexuality and gender. Now, obviously, you're much better off than these people. You're miles ahead of them, but it's the same confusion that comes from the same place, from the same concepts.
It's appropriate. It's a library book. It's not in the curriculum.
Facts.
We believe schools should educate, not indoctrinate.
We need to make
Says
sure we
fucking-
have full transparency in the
Oh my
classroom.
goodness.
With Democrats and Republicans sparring not only over the economy and reproductive rights, but over education on the campaign trail. Former President Donald Trump promising if elected, he will dismantle the Department of Education, using increasingly incendiary language about public
Literally,
schools and teachers.
dismantle the Department of Education. They don't want you to get an education unless you can afford to send your kid to a private school.
We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools.
Well, again, sentient Jew slave, this goes back to the concept that words have definitions. Words mean things, and conservatives don't know the meaning of anything. They don't know the meaning of words.
Harris calling Trump out and saying she wants to strengthen public education.
We are not going to.
I read a post the other day, again, this is not like the first time this happened, talking about Marxist spells. Like we're fucking sorcerers, okay? None of these people know what words mean. None of these people would pass high school again. No, you're fine. You are learning. And I appreciate that. This is the difference between you and what I consider these people for profit media, is that there is an intention to want to learn. There is the good faith desire to want to understand. Whereas for them, there is no desire to understand. It's all black and white. They've already decided in their mind, prior to any conversation, to any evidence being shown to them, to any conflicting theory. They've already decided. You are trying to learn, and that's why this is okay, because that's the whole point, isn't it? We're all here to learn. I learn while I talk with you guys too. It's not like I know everything when I come on here. I mean, I know a lot, but I learn as we do this. Good guy Dari. As I said, I'm on the fence on the gender sex thing, leaning slightly to gender theory, so prep for arguments from biology and some pushback if I'm here. That's perfectly fine. I would happily discuss this with you, and I'll happily counterpoint your points. In fact, that's kind of the goal here, you know? I imagine when I do a stream on that, I'm going to get flooded with a bunch of bots and shit, but I assume that I'll have regular people like you that are on the fence, that don't necessarily totally agree or don't understand from one perspective. You're just missing bits of knowledge here. That's why I think that you're on the fence. I think that you're just missing a couple pieces, and I just got to fill in those pieces for you, and then you will no longer be on the fence. Because this is objectively factual. It's just also not based in a physical reality, and it's hard to conceptualize. Because again, gender and sexuality are not physical things. They're, well, one of them is an entirely made up social construct, and the other one was how a human wants to interact sexually with other humans. Yes, I did just assume your regularness, but I apologize. I was using it as a broad brushstroke. I'm sure most of you are not regular and normal. Yeah, the two gender theory thing is, honestly, I find it a bit dumb, but that's for Thursday. Let's just finish this, because I'm in pain. I want to finish for the day.
Let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools.
Remember when she talked like
Education
that?
is largely a local issue, with cities and states providing the vast majority of funding and oversight for schools. The COVID pandemic ignited a firestorm.
Yeah, COVID really did drive
about school closures,
America
protesting
insane.
Mask mandates. From there, Republican politicians.
COVID is really like the thing that lit off all the conspiracy theories and essentially what led to Americans being insane.
And conservative advocacy groups calling for, in their words, more, quote, parental rights in school.
Anyone talking about parental rights in school, 9 out of 10 times is just a parent that wants to, that considers children their property, that wants to indoctrinate their children into their views. Like, it's the same people that talk about how trans people are grooming your kids in schools. They aren't worried about that. They just want to groom their kids themselves to be Christian nationalists and normal, good Christian children. It is the people who want to do the grooming, who want to control children, who say these things. There's an eclipse tomorrow? Well, Kamala is kind of running on abortion almost exclusively at the moment. Huh. Anyway.
So you have to give the rights back to the parents.
Moms for Liberty was founded during the pandemic and amassed hundreds of chapters nationwide, recognizing frustration many parents.
Oh yeah, Moms for Liberty is a
but the group then
fucked up group. You guys see how many of Moms for Liberty's leaders were like involved with some kind of child abuse? Wasn't like one of their chapter leaders like genuinely like a sex offender? Hold
on school curriculums, prompting a stunning rise in books challenged and removed from public school libraries.
Yes, actually, I was right.
Last year alone, around 10,000 books banned from school libraries, according to PEN America. The group.
Moms for Liberty outreach leader exposes a registered sex offender. Philip Fisher Jr., who served 3 years in prison, volunteered at Philadelphia Summit for the right-wing parental rights group.
Often singling
Yeah,
out
par for
books
the
that
course.
reference race, sexuality, or gender norms. Showing me last year during one of their local chapter meetings some of the books they were fighting to have removed from school libraries.
Anti-Racist Baby. That's a book they want removed.
Some of the books they were fighting to have removed from school libraries.
If you and I were reading this to our children, it could probably be a sweet book about how boys can like pink and girls can like trucks. So is your concern?
Yeah, I've seen that book. One of the people that I used to know is a school teacher and has a bunch of these kids' books. Like, is like My Shadow is Pink or Purple and all of those that teach kids that like, oh, you know, you can be trans. Like, that's fine. It's totally okay. There's nothing wrong with it. All of these books are specifically created to help children feel that they can relate, to feel represented, to feel that they're normal, to be used as a tool to teach children that this is normal. Now, you can call this indoctrination, but I mean, it's kind of like anything you can call indoctrination. By teaching someone something is indoctrination. I feel like the necessity of it being a, what is that? The process of teaching a person or a group to accept a set of beliefs uncritically. Exactly. So it's the uncritically bit that I think is indoctrination. It is like if you were having these books to help kids like learn what being queer is, but you said, oh, you're not allowed to question this, then it's indoctrinating. But the book doesn't say that, and neither does the teachers. It's My Shadow is Pink. This one kid has a pink shadow, as in, oh, so like they are actually trans. They're a girl. That's fine. It's not that your shadow is pink. It's not everybody has to be this way. That's indoctrination. I hate companies capitalizing off of this and making kids' books with conservative politics in them. Like, yes! And you know who does it even more than just regular conservatives? Christians. Christians do it all the fucking time. How many cartoons that do Christians make? Like, Veggie Tales was one that was more of a harmless version of it. But they have ones now that teach, that, like, the most disturbing shit. Hold on. Wait, not that one. Oh, yeah, just like actually PragerU. That's a great example.
Today, I want to talk about the PragerU.
Sorry, Big Joel. Just want a clip of like an actual PragerU clip.
Fellow, the man who wrote the famous poem Paul Revere's Ride, about his alerting the Americans that the British are coming during a night ride.
For over 100 years, children your age read my poems in schools across America.
Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere.
This choice is interesting, I think. Leo and Layla have never titled a video after something other than its main subject before. But I think this choice...
Oh my god, hold on. The Civil War? Okay, let's have a look.
...or slave state.
Like, it's religion, I still don't think that it's okay. I think it's the same concept of indoctrination, sentient Jew slave, but like, I remember VeggieTales growing up.
Not decision. Neither in the preamble nor in the body of the Constitution is there a single mention of the term slave or slaveholder, slave master, or slave state. Neither is there any reference to the color or the physical peculiarities of any part of the people of the United States. But to read into this, a kind of fetishistic love of the process just is not correct.
I knew the U.S. Constitution would survive and allow for positive change.
Frederick Douglass was a politician who wanted desperately, more than anything, to see slaves be freed. That meant he wanted to make arguments that people would agree with, use existing American political ideology to encourage change. But he was also furious with America, an America that saw him and his race as subhuman, a country that...
And if you mention... And see, that's the key here, right? Is because PragerU will keep out that bit because that's DEI. That's white guilt. That's radicalization. That's literally, I'm not even like joking here, that's the line that they draw, is you're allowed to teach this stuff, but then any book that explains how bad it was to be a slave, especially a kid's book in a school, that gets banned because that's racism against white people, that is DEI, and that is a critical race theory. That's what they say, which is all just different ways of saying the N-word, but...
In America that saw him and his race as subhuman, a country that shows comfort and industry and the status quo over justice. Yes, he wanted to change people's minds.
All of this ties in together. In fact, we can see how easy it is to just move from one Republican talking point to the next. We started off with gay people, now we're talking about racism and slavery. Why? Because it all connects back to education, and then the way that they react to education branches out into every other category. It is a circle. It is a cycle of rationalize with the thing that goes before and continue the cycle until you end up right back where you did. Because all of their beliefs on the right, all of these beliefs that they want more people to believe, these beliefs that they spread to the average American, don't exist in a reality, or in this reality. They are not justified by like actual evidence. They're justified by whatever justification is given to them, and you can trace it all the way back, and you'll just start right back at the beginning because they don't believe anything. Nothing they believe in is real. It's all hypothetical. Back in the past was better. It's all based on lies, whether it's intentional or unintentional. It's based off of religion or a disbelief of science, and it will always keep spinning this way.
Oh, there you go. Douglass was pretty sympathetic.
And they'll disbelieve science, but they'll believe it when it suits them. You know, if you start measuring this guy's skull and call him a degenerate, I'm sure most of the Republicans will be like, that's science I support.
To radicals. And, you know, can you imagine if Douglass was truly flat out against these things? It would make him a hypocrite and a freak.
Anyway, that's enough of that because I don't know the context of this video and I don't want to content steal, but you guys get my point. All of this is manufactured. Anyway, thanks for today. Quite a lot of fun with y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll see how it goes, you know, depending on how big of a news day it ends up being. We might get to cover some of this, some more of this debate and this conversation tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll be jumping to the actual, like, pre-election news and the probably amount of unfortunate shit that they say. Oh, yeah, not fun. Not fun. I really want to get back to real conversation like this. This is more fun to me, you know? What is confusing to you? Oh, yeah. Well, it's confusing to you because he's incorrect for Profit Media as the enemy. Anyway, have a good night, y'all, and have a good day to all my Aussies, and I'll see you next time. Yeah, they're not the same thing for Profit Media. They're not.